This is Audible.
Dreamscape presents The Night Will Find Us by Matt Lyons, narrated by David Bendina. I tried to warn you when you were a child. I told you not to get lost in the wild. I sent you omens and all kinds of signs. I taught you melodies, poems, and rhymes. Lord Huron. 1692. She used to watch Simon start fires with the hatchet. He'd had it made special so he could do just that, designed it himself with the blacksmith up in Mount Holly. It was a long, spindly thing with a thread of hard, ash-white flint embedded along the blade's edge, the wood and metal stained dark with ink or coal, till the hatchet was so black it nearly devoured the light. Mary had seen him use it a dozen times or more, catching a flame by striking stone or brick in just the right way, sending a spray of thick white sparks flying out like a fan. Simon had always liked fire, looked at it like he would an old friend. Maybe that should have been her first hint that there was something wrong with him. Mary ran through the trees, ducking through the shadows and moving as quietly as she could. She tried to keep her breathing under control, tried to keep it from spiraling out into another panicked, sobbing fit, but that proved nearly impossible. Simon was burning the trees as he followed her. Overhead, smoke stained the blue sky a muddy gray, filling the air with a sweet, charred smell that slashed at her nose and throat, making it difficult to draw a full breath without shuddering. She could hear him in the distance, crashing through the branches and singing his hymns at the top of his lungs. A mighty fortress is our God. All people that on earth do dwell. Now thank we all our God. She could hear the sick smile in his voice, the way his thin lips curled and parted like an open scar with every word. He wasn't far behind her, closer now than he'd been since she first fled the estate house. Inside her head, Mary could still hear the sounds of the Ganders family dying, their desperate, gurgling wails and the horrible silences that followed soon after. They were sleeping when he came for them, a grinning scarecrow carrying that goddamned black hatchet, his dark cloak snapping in the wind like a torn sackcloth. She should have known he would follow her. She should have known he'd never stop. He never was any good at knowing when to quit. Mary ran until her lungs burned, until her legs turned to warm jelly and her vision blurred from the exertion. But even as she flirted with collapse, she kept going. She couldn't stop now. Not when he was so close behind her. Dashing through another clearing, she closed her eyes and listened. These woods made so much noise on their own, the chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the scruff and snarl of nearby animals. But behind all that, Mary could hear something else. It had been there since she crossed into the forest. A gentle, murmuring sound underneath the chatter of the woods and Simon's cruel songs, so quiet and subtle that she couldn't be certain she was hearing it at all. It was like a whispering in the trees, or perhaps beyond the trees. Small and sharp, like a silver fish hook pulled through her soul, dragging her ever forward despite the pain and exhaustion, growing louder with every step. It sounded just like her beloved grandmother, gone to the Lord some 15 years ago. Mary broke free of the tree line, finding herself at the edge of a great blue lake, the surface of the water still and undisturbed like glass. In its mirrored face, she could see the sky and trees and thin drifts of smoke, the world reflected. For a moment, she couldn't help but stare. The lake was beautiful. It was almost perfectly round, as if it were crafted personally by the hand of the Almighty. Some childish part of her desperately wanted to kick at the water, disturb it somehow, make sure it wasn't as solid as it seemed. But something inside her cautioned against that. No good ever came from disturbing God's plans. On the far shore, the trees were thicker, denser, older. More shadow there than light. "Go," the silver voice whispered to her. "You can hide there. You'll be safe." Behind her, the sound of Simon's voice swelled, the notes growing richer and rounder. He was gaining on her. Mary broke into a sprint. Circling around the lake, she picked up speed, less running and more throwing herself along the shore as she made for the shadows. She could make it. She was going to make it. At the edge of that great darkness, she ducked behind one of the thicker oaks and waited, her heart hammering against her ribs as she struggled to pull more air into her lungs. She peeked out, gazing across the lake to where she'd stood only a few minutes ago, willing him away, praying to God that Simon had taken a different path through the woods. She held her breath and counted, as if getting all the way to 10 would be proof enough that she'd finally shaken him free from her trail. She'd made it all the way to 9 when he stepped out of the trees, his heavy black boots sinking into the damp soil at the water's edge. Except for all the blood, he looked exactly as she remembered him. Tall and post-thin, with socked-out, dark-ringed eyes and a permanent rictus grin pulling his papery, haggard cheeks in opposite directions. Mary watched from the shadows as Simon owled his head around, scanning the shore of the lake, his eyes eventually coming to rest on her own. It took everything Mary had inside her to not scream. Damn the shadows, damn the trees. He looked at her as if they weren't there at all, as if there were nothing in this world except him and her, trapped together in a perfect void. Grinning so wide it threatened to split his head in half, Simon raised a hand and waved. Standing there behind the oak, she could almost hear his reedy voice calling out to her. "Miss Kane, Miss Kane, I see you." Then he started to move, strolling purposefully along the lake shore, lazily striking sparks off the rocks with his hatchet. Mary watched him for longer than she should have, transfixed by the jerky way he walked, like a marionette guided by an inexpert hand. Then, remembering herself, she turned and ran into the thick of the old forest, following the whispers to wherever they led her. Eventually, she'd find a place to hide. Eventually, she'd reach where she was going. Friday, 1. Chloe hadn't really known how bad things had gotten until 3 weeks before the end of the school year, when Parker went and beat the shit out of Kyle Terletsky in the White Castle parking lot. All their friends were there with them: Adam, Nikki, and her new boyfriend, Josh. Shit, even Nate was there, though he was too busy looking at porn on his phone to pay attention. They were all sitting together at one of those crappy molded steel tables when Terletsky and his buddies walked by. As he passed, Kyle leaned in and said something to Parker, though Chloe didn't hear what. None of them did. What happened next was so sudden that, for a moment, Chloe didn't even notice anything had gone wrong. 1 second, Parker was sitting next to her, eating his way through a small pyramid of sliders. The next, he was dragging Terletsky across the blacktop and putting him in the hospital. None of them could stop him from doing it. Parker had always been a big kid, but he'd seriously taken off over the past year, growing taller and broader until he was roughly the size of a small house. He didn't even say anything while he did it. He just tossed Kyle to the ground like a rag doll, then went to work on his skull with his big milk jug fists, pounding the kid's face into chunky tomato soup. Adam, ever the peacemaker, tried to pull Parker off the kid, but football star or not, Adam could only do so much. Parker was so much bigger than him, and by the time Adam closed the distance, it was too late. The damage was done. When Parker finally let up, Terletsky looked like he'd been hit by a truck, backed over, then hit again. Before anyone could call the cops, the five of them ushered Parker into Chloe's mom's Chevy Astro and got the hell out of there. They rode in silence back to Nikki's house. Once they were safely there, Chloe asked everyone to give her and Parker, still sitting in the way back, nearly vibrating with rage, a minute alone to talk. When they climbed out to join their friends a few minutes later, Chloe's face was dark and knotted with worry from the things her cousin had told her through his tears. It wasn't until Parker had gone home for the night that Nikki and Adam were able to coax the story out of Chloe. Terletsky had called him orphan. The story got around school real fast. It even filtered all the way up to the administration. But since the incident in question had occurred off school grounds and nobody, not even the Terletsky kid with his shattered, fucked-up face, was about to snitch, the school officials couldn't actually do anything about it. Parker was in the clear. Thing was, Chloe had told her friends only some of what her cousin had confessed to her, sitting in the back of the van. There was so much she'd left out. Things she couldn't wrap her head around, things she wouldn't have believed Parker could have said had she not been there to hear them. Like how good it felt to beat on Terletsky until he spat blood and went limp. Or the horrible way Park had smiled when he told her how Kyle had begged for mercy through broken teeth. And she didn't tell them that since Christmas, he'd been carrying his dad's gun around with him wherever he went. By the time the final bell had rung and Chloe reached the parking lot, almost everybody else was already there, impatient to get going. Adam, tall and casually handsome, leaned against the grill of the van, hands in the pockets of his Letterman jacket, backpack slung just so over one shoulder. So picture perfect, Chloe would have thought it was a put-on if she didn't know him as well as she did. Adam saw Chloe first and raised a hand to wave as she crossed through the parking lot, weaving between cars and crowds of relieved-looking kids, finally free for the summer. Chloe waved back as she got closer, fishing in her backpack for her keys. She clicked the remote once, and the van chirped, the doors unlocking with a satisfying ka-thunk. Nikki sat in front of Adam on the concrete wheel stop, her shock of bright red hair tied back into a ponytail that exploded from the back of her head. Smoking her menthol cigarettes and holding hands with Josh, who sat faithfully by her side, eyes narrowed under the bill of his ball cap, Instagram feed wheeling by on his phone. Chloe and Parker had known Nikki almost as long as they'd known Adam, the four of them going through school together all the way back from Mrs. Johnson's second grade class. Nicoletta Rossetti, everybody just called her Nikki, was the new kid in school back then, but after being seated together that first day in second grade, the four of them had become inseparable. They just clicked in that special way little kids can when they find out they have more in common than they have differences. The things that set them apart from each other just didn't really matter. They were always different, but they liked that about each other. Chloe had her academics. Adam and Nikki did school sports, football and track, respectively. And Parker was a sensitive kid who liked to just sit and read more than anything else. It was the four of them from then on, their own little tribe against the rest of the world, or at least the rest of New Jersey. They were together when Adam's brother went to jail the first time, when Chloe's parents separated for half of freshman year, when Parker's dad went missing last October. Even when Nikki and Josh got together, all of them had gone on the first date, a group thing, to see some stupid movie. Nikki and Josh had been dating since just before Valentine's Day, but even now, at the end of the school year, none of them had stopped calling him her new boyfriend, as if there were any other boyfriends in the past to speak of. Chloe liked Josh, generally speaking. He was nice, a little boring, but he seemed to love Nikki as much as she loved him, which Chloe supposed was really the important part of it. Over on the sidewalk, Nate was busily upending his backpack into the trash can, shaking papers loose, gleefully muttering, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you," as a whole year's worth of work spilled messily into the waiting mouth of the green drum. Being built like an oversized potato, he had to stand up on his tiptoes to do it, but he was making it work. They'd all met Nate in 8th grade when he was assigned to their group in earth science. Adam was the first one to suggest they invite him along to hang out that first time, but he fit in with them right away, almost as if he'd been there all along. Nate was a funny kid, and he meant well, even if he didn't know when to shut up sometimes. "What took you so long?" Nate asked Chloe without looking up, whipping his backpack from one end like a dusty blanket, making sure it was totally empty. "We've been waiting for like an hour." "It hasn't really been an hour," Josh said offhandedly, eyes still trained firmly to his phone. "It's been 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more." "Traitor," Nate said, looking satisfied that he'd erased all traces of his junior year of high school. He turned away from the trash can and crossed over to stand by his friends, smiling and wetly smacking his lips against his teeth in the same disgusting way he always did. "It's been 5 minutes," Adam echoed. "If that." "Don't listen to Nate." Chloe cracked a grin. "Why, Mr. Jarvis," she said, "have I ever?" "You can both eat my shit," Nate said with a chuckle, then nodded at the cigarette Nikki held pinched between her knuckles. "Can I get one of those?" Nikki shook her head. "No." "Why not?" "Because it's never just one with you," she said, rolling her eyes. "You'll smoke half the pack if I'm not careful. You know how long it took me to get these? Scam one off someone else or find a senior to buy you your own." "We are seniors. We are now." "Not senior enough to buy our own smokes." "Come on, give one over," Nate wheedled. "Sorry, bud. Nothing doing." Nate gave her the finger and looked around at the rest of them. "So, are we going to get this show on the road or what?" Nikki blew smoke. "Soon as Parker gets here, yeah." "Well, shit. Where is everybody's favorite angry boy? Haven't seen him since free period this morning," Nate said, looking around. "Chloe, seen your cousin around today?" Chloe shook her head, then plucked her phone out of her pocket and thumbed off a quick text to Parker. "Hey, you around? We're ready to get out of here." 12:15 p.m., May 25th. "I don't think he was here today," Josh said, sounding disinterested. "He's in Algebra 2 with me, and he didn't show up at all this morning." Chloe looked around at her friends. "Anyone else?" Nikki held her hands up, Newport pursed tightly between red lips. "Not I." Adam nodded toward Millbrook Avenue and the shop and go situated across the street from the school parking lot. "There he is." As if on cue, a giant, hulking shadow stepped through the shop-and-go doors, decked out in a red-on-black Slayer t-shirt and a pair of busted jeans, cable-thick arms heavy with a pair of fully loaded plastic bags. A shop-worn camping pack was strapped tightly over his shoulders, and his black-rimmed glasses were fixed high on the bridge of his nose. Parker. Looking at him from here, Chloe couldn't help but think that of course Terletsky never stood a chance. It was like a field mouse trying to fist fight a freight train. None of them said anything as they watched him cross the street, brow furrowed under his shock of black hair, capping the scowl that never seemed to leave his face anymore. Parker walked up to them and set the bags down in the middle of the group, then looked around at his friends. "What are you all staring at?" "Nothing," Chloe said, pulling her cousin into a brief hug. "Not a thing. How was your last day of class?" Parker looked away. "Fine, I guess. I don't know. Why?" "No reason." "Josh said he missed seeing you in Algebra 2 today," Nate said, grinning. Josh reddened. No, it wasn't. I don't know. I just noticed you weren't there, is all. I wasn't, making a judgment about it or anything." "It's fine. Got busy, is all," said Parker, waving Josh off. He nodded towards Nikki and the cigarette in her lips. "Can I get one of those?" "They're menthols." "Menthols are fine." "Sure, then knock yourself out," said Nikki. She tossed him the crumpled white and wintergreen hardpack. Nate stitched his face up into a play scowl. "Hey, seriously, what the hell?" Nikki waved him off, keeping her eyes on Parker. "Need a light?" "Nah, I got it." Parker shook a smoke free and lobbed the box back to Nikki. He produced a battered silver Zippo from his jeans pocket and snapped it to life, touching the flame to the tip of the menthol. Beside him, Chloe could just make out the engraving on the side. D.A.C. David Allen Cunningham. Parker's dad. "That's one big-ass backpack, man," Nate said. Parker nodded, but from where she stood, Chloe could see something in his eyes she didn't like. "We're going camping," he said, measuredly. "Yeah," Nate said. "We're going camping. It looks like you're prepping for doomsday or something. That shit is oversized as fuck, dude." Chloe shot Nate a hard look. "Why does it matter?" "Because the rest of us just have our bags and shit while Parker's busy showing up like the Boy Scouts of America or something. Be prepared, right?" "I never was one," Parker muttered. Nate's face twisted into a mean little smile. "Shocker." "I was," said Josh. Everyone looked at him, and his face flushed red. "For 3 years," he added sheepishly. "I rest my case," Nate said with a sneer. Chloe watched Parker's shoulders nod up as he turned to stand square with Nate, easily looming a foot over the fat kid. Parker rolled his head back and forth, eliciting a meaty crack, crack, crack from his neck. These two. They'd been at each other's throats the whole year, needling and posturing, typical guy bullshit. It had only gotten worse since Parker's dad, Chloe's Uncle Dave, went missing last fall. No one knew what had happened to him. One day he was there, the next he was gone. It was as if he'd just disappeared. For a moment, Chloe was sure Parker was actually going to smash Nate to pieces like he did the Terletsky kid, but then Adam shoved his way in between them, meeting Parker's gaze and holding it, keeping the big kid's attention off Nate. Hey, ignore him." Adam kept his sky-blue eyes locked on Chloe's cousin, leaning in and dropping his voice so only the three of them could hear. "Look, I get it, okay? I do. You've done this camping shit before. We haven't. You know best here. No big deal. Nate's just, being Nate. The more he sees he's getting on your nerves, the more he's going to do it. You know how this works." He wasn't wrong. They'd all seen the animosity growing between the two of them for the whole school year. Barbed comments, mean jokes, and other microaggressions were the norm for Nate and Parker these days. When it was one or the other and everyone else, it was like nothing had really changed. They were still them. Nate was a wise ass, but he meant well. Parker was as intense as he'd ever been, though he never stopped being a sweetheart underneath. But when they were in the same room together, it felt like things were just waiting to boil over, and both guys kept turning up the burner. From where she stood, Chloe watched Parker's eyes flare, then cool. All right, he said after a moment. Fine. Okay, good, said Adam, raising his voice to a normal volume. So, what'd you get from the gas station? Parker shrugged his church door shoulders and looked down at the bags by his feet. Candy bars, soda, beef jerky. Chex Mix, stuff like that. Adam's face softened. Sweet. Let's get everything in the van and get out of here, okay? We've got a long drive ahead of us, probably a couple hours, right? Probably, said Chloe. Well, let's get going then. We want to be there and set up before it starts getting dark. Adam nodded to the bulging plastic "thank you for shopping with us" bags on the blacktop. Help me get all this into the back with the rest of our shit. They piled into the Astro and hit the road, everybody but Parker and Chloe leaning out their windows to give the scrolled city limit sign the finger as it whipped past and quickly disappeared into the distance. Randolph, New Jersey, where life is worth living. Fuck you twice. Just another nothing bullshit suburb in New Jersey, the nothing bullshit capital of the world. Any time they managed to get out of their hometown alive wasn't just a mercy, it was a miracle. They'd been planning this trip for months, an end-of-the-school-year expedition down to the Pine Barrens to camp and drink and burn shit and kick summer break off right. Parker had picked the place, a campground he said he'd gone to a bunch when he was a kid. Not too far out of the way, but remote enough that nobody would bother them. Nikki had spent months gradually swiping Bud Lights from her dad's garage fridge one at a time so he wouldn't notice, stashing them in an old cooler in a far spider-filled corner of the basement. Adam snaked an eighth of half-decent weed and a bottle of Everclear from his big brother's room. Nate started stockpiling fireworks, and Parker spent a lot of time in his basement, getting together all the camp gear he thought they'd probably need. They each bought their own food to add to the pile. Granola bars, cans of Spam and sardines, pre-cooked bacon, oatmeal, and Pop-Tarts. Add to that Parker's 2 bags of gas station junk food, and they were stocked up for a mid-year Thanksgiving dinner if they wanted to have one. Chloe was the one who spun the lie they each fed to their parents. None of that, I'm sleeping over at her house and she's sleeping over at his house and blah, 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 crisscrossing bullshit. That was amateur hour and almost guaranteed to get you busted. No. This required a little actual creativity. A few well-aimed lies braided together with the truth, so if anybody slipped, it would get written off as forgetfulness or whatever instead of outright forgery. They were going camping, sure, but so were a lot of kids. Just an overnight, nothing serious. Yes, there were going to be adults there. A couple of the newer teachers were chaperoning, they'd said. No, it wasn't an official thing. It was more casual than that. Just some kids from their class, the new seniors. No, they weren't going to drink or do any drugs. Yes, they were going to be as safe as possible. Promise. Chloe angled the van down Route 10, then took a hard right onto 287 a few miles later, eventually heading south on the turnpike toward the Barrens. When they turned off the highway almost 2 hours later, the forest rose up from the horizon in a green and brown wave that crashed over them and dragged them under, leaving the sky and sunlight behind obscured by densely packed trees. The Pine Barrens were massive, a sprawling wood that blanketed most of the lower half of the state, stretching out to cover something like 1,000,000 acres of land, all told. It wasn't just a forest, it was a green ocean that stretched on forever, punctuated by the occasional column of sunlight that managed to break through the treetops to spear into the earth below. Scanning the road ahead, Chloe reached over and turned the radio down, reducing the music to a soft background buzz as she followed the arrowed signs labeled campground. "Cell service just shit the bed," Nate announced from the middle of the van. clicking his iPhone off and tossing it onto the seat cushion next to him. "You can get by without porn for 17 hours, said Nicky. "You can get by without porn. I'm a growing boy, and a growing boy needs tits." "You've already got tits," said Nicky, nodding at the moth-eaten t-shirt drawn tightly across his chest. Nate winked at her and made a show of looking her up and down. "You're just jealous," he said, licking his lips. In the rear view, Chloe saw Nicky blush and look down at her knees, self-conscious. "Fuck you, Nate. Only if Josh is cool with it." "What? Ew. God." Nicky made a grossed-out face and chuckled, despite herself, while Nate grinned. Beside Nicky, Josh's face turned a bright, pinched red, and he turned to look out the window like he hadn't heard anything at all. "Hey, Parker," Chloe called back. "Can you come up here? I need to know where we're going after this." Surprisingly nimble for a kid his size, Parker moved up the length of the van with ease, kneeling down as best he could in the narrow space between Chloe and Adam to look out the windshield at the road ahead. "The turnoff should be right along here," he said, squinting through the little light still squeezing through the trees. A moment later, he darted a hand out, pointing a finger at a rough dirt turnoff ahead. "There, that's it. Turn there." Chloe cocked her head to one side, not taking her eyes off the road. Is it?" Beside them, Adam turned to regard Parker. "Are you sure? I mean, it doesn't look like anything." "I'm telling you, that's the turnoff. What, you don't believe me?" Adam's hands went up in supplication. "Look, I'm not being an asshole here. I'm really not. It's just, when was the last time you were up here, man?" "A couple of years." "How many is a couple?" "I don't know. A couple is a couple. Why does it matter?" "I guess it doesn't," said Adam. Parker turned his head to look intently at Chloe, his big brown eyes full and pleading. "I remember, Chloe, trust me. This is it." Chloe hesitated for a moment, then swallowed her doubts and said, "As long as you're sure." "I'm sure." Her cousin's voice was nearly a whisper, so soft and fragile. Chloe was sure she was the only one who heard him say it. She eased her foot off the gas and slid it over to the brake, spinning the wheel to turn off the two-lane blacktop. The second they hit the dirt road, the tires started to judder and rumble, sending loose rocks pinging off the underside of the van, but Chloe could already see that Parker was right on the money. The road wound back and forth through the thick trees in a relatively clear path that went on and on into the distance. "Just take this all the way to where it ends, okay? Another 20 minutes, maybe. We can park there, and then we'll hike the rest of the way up," said Parker. "Hike? Nobody said dick to me about having to go on a hike," Nate called out. "I don't want to go on some fucking death march, guys. I'm wearing flip-flops over here, not like boots or whatever." "We did say," said Adam, "like a week ago, and then again yesterday. It's not our fault you didn't listen." "It's not far," Parker said, keeping his eyes on the road. "Just a couple of miles, and then we're there." Chloe didn't have to look over at him to know he was smiling a little bit. "A couple of miles? Are you kidding?" In the rearview mirror, Chloe saw outrage flicker across Nate's face and then ease back into scowling, brooding silence. Fine by her. At this point, she was willing to settle for whatever kept the two of them from going shithouse on each other any more than they already had. She followed the dirt road carefully, keeping the speedometer pinned at a safe 20 miles an hour, navigating the twists and turns and switchbacks that led them deeper and deeper into the Pine Barrens. The trees were closer to the path than she was used to, keeping them in shadow, but every so often she'd catch a glimpse of sunlight poking through the trees, a yellow blade jabbing into the ground. The parking area Parker had told them about was a little gravel cul-de-sac at the end of the dirt road, really only big enough to accommodate 2 or 3 cars, 4 if they really squeezed in, but luckily, there wasn't anyone else around. Chloe nosed the van in along the far side and killed the engine, throwing on the e-brake before announcing, "Okay, we're here. Everybody out." They unloaded their packs together, splitting the supplies evenly so everyone carried their fair share. Nikki and Josh took most of the cookware and water, while Adam and Parker carried the beer cooler, heavy with cans and gas station ice. Nate grabbed the tents, which left Chloe stuck with the extra bags of food Parker had gotten from the shop and go. Parker assured them again that the hike wasn't going to be too bad, maybe a little hilly, but it wasn't like they were traipsing up the side of a mountain or anything. Everybody seemed to be fine with it, except for Nate, who grumbled under his breath and kept glancing furtively down at the sandals he'd strapped to his lumpy hobbit feet. Christ, but it was humid. Everybody had said that the coming summer was going to suck, boiling hot from June to late September, but May hadn't exactly been comfortable either. It was already pushing the high 80s a couple weeks ago, but out among the trees and the plants, the heat and humidity were almost unbearable. The air was thick with condensation that laid on them like a blanket, plastering their shirts to their skin, drawing beads of sweat down their spines to pool in their jeans. Hiking her pack higher on her shoulders, Chloe fixed the nylon chest strap in place and clicked the remote at the Astro. The van honked its horn in response, just once, a sound that echoed through the trees and vanished just as quickly. "Here," said Adam, making a grabby hand in her direction. "Let me hang on to those. I've got more pockets than you." Chloe shrugged and tossed him the keys. Beside her, Parker lifted the beat-up old Coleman on his own and nodded toward one of the rough trails branching off and away from the gravel. "Okay, this way," he said. "Not far now." Everybody followed him into the woods. 2. From out on the highway, the Pine Barrens was enormous. From inside, it was never-ending. Branches hung low in heavy canopies, and dead old leaves from seasons long past covered the forest floor in a carpet of soft rot. On their uphill path, the fronds and leaves obscured the distance in a lattice so dense and complete that Chloe could see only about 15 feet to either side. She could almost feel the woods closing around their little bubble with every step they took, as if the forest was slowly eating them alive. The sound was another matter altogether. It was so weirdly loud out here, teeming with life. Insects buzzed against the wind as it whistled through the trees, and the caws of birds bounced brightly overhead, paired against the rustling of nearby hooves and paws. It spoke to her. It whispered to her, as if the voice of this place were a radio signal she was gradually tuning into. The sounds of the forest all swirled together inside her head, a natural symphony without beginning or end. This was the voice of the earth that she was hearing, what it was like without human beings around to screw it all up, as they so often did. The forest was ancient and absolute, humbling in its vastness and startlingly beautiful both from afar and up close. It didn't take Nate long to start complaining about it. "I hate you all for making me do this, especially you, Parker. This was your idea," he called from the back of the group. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this lame camping shit." Parker didn't say anything. "Did you hear me, Parker? I'm serious. You're gonna pay for this. You owe me big time now." Parker still didn't say anything. "Nobody's making you do this," Nikki snapped back at Nate. You can walk back to the highway and hitchhike home or whatever. We don't need you here if you don't want to be here, especially if you're going to keep bitching like this." "Sure, I could do that. Or Chloe could just give me the keys so I can go sleep in the van tonight." Nate slapped at his neck. "There's air conditioning and not as many fucking bugs, probably." "Chloe isn't going to do that," Chloe said, deadpan. "Because Chloe can't or because Chloe won't?" The feigned sweetness in Nate's voice was like burned aspartame. Chloe looked back at Nate and allowed him a patient smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Pick one." Nate threw his hands up in the air. "Jesus, is nobody on my side about this? Josh?" Beside Nicky, Josh spiked his eyebrows and looked back over his shoulder at Nate. "We're all out here to have fun, Nathan," he said mildly. "We all agreed on the trip. You don't have to be here if you don't want to, but the rest of us are staying the night when we get to the campsite. If I die of exposure out here, it's all your faults. Understand? I'll haunt each and every one of you," Nate grumbled. "You're not going to die out here," said Adam, sounding impatient. "You're going to get drunk and stoned and throw shit into a campfire and eat hot dogs until you puke, same as all of us. Then tomorrow morning we'll drive back home and it'll be summer break and you won't have shit to do for the next 3 months." "When you put it that way, I guess it kinda sounds like fun," Nate said. "But officially, this is still all bullshit." "Duly noted," said Adam. Eventually, they came to a natural clearing with a blackened, circular stone fire pit in the middle. The whole area wasn't much bigger than the living room at Nicky's parents' house. Overhead, the trees seemed to bow in over them, forming a natural baldachin between the clearing and the sky. Orange afternoon light danced through the wind-rustled leaves, casting a warm glimmer across the ground that seemed to make the soil glow. Chloe watched as Parker set down the beer cooler and crossed over to the far side of the clearing, drawing close to one of the trees, inspecting its trunk closely. He glanced back at the rest of the group from the tree line, and for a second, he looked like his same old self, as if the moody, angry kid that had replaced him over the past year was just a bad dream that had finally, thankfully, evaporated. "This is it," said Parker, truly smiling for the first time that day. "This is the place." Everybody got to work, setting their own tents up around the clearing. Since they were sharing a tent, Nicky and Josh finished theirs first, then climbed inside and zipped the front flap shut after them. After a moment, they started giggling and rustling around inside, eliciting raised eyebrows and shared, embarrassed smiles from all their friends. "You know those things aren't soundproof, right?" Nate called out, pitching a pine cone at the side of the tent. Josh and Nicky quieted down some, but they didn't come out or unzip the flap for a while afterward. Nobody much minded. The two of them had been waiting a while for some alone time, free of the watchful eyes of their parents, and nobody, not even Nate, seemed interested in taking that away from them. Chloe had brought one of her grandpa's old tents. It wasn't huge, but neither was she. Standing at only a little over 5 feet tall, she didn't need a lot of space, just enough to curl up in, like a cat. She'd pulled her chestnut brown hair off her slender shoulders into a messy ponytail, her big green eyes bright against the sunny afternoon. Across the dead fire pit, she could see that Adam's tent, all his gear, really, looked fresh off the shelves from REI, while Parker's was shabby but well cared for, no doubt formerly his dad's. In the far corner, Nate dropped his stuff on the ground and sat down on one of the fallen trees, then cracked open a water bottle and poured its contents over his dusty, battered, bare feet. "Fucking flip-flops," Nate grumbled. "Fucking hiking? This is bullshit." From her side of the clearing, Chloe watched him wipe his soles dry with the bottom of his shirt before pulling his duffel bag into his lap. "Okay, so check it out," he said, unzipping the bag and holding the top wide for them all to see. Fully loaded as requested. The duffel was filled to the brim with fireworks. Black cats, Saturn missiles, sparklers, bottle rockets, Roman candles, a couple of fountains, even a big box of M150 salutes, those little half M80s that you could still buy at roadside stands if you asked the guy behind the counter just right. "Oh, I brought something special, too," said Nate, digging in the bag down to his elbow. "No, I put it in here somewhere, maybe near the bottom. Ah, there we go." From his duffel, Nate pulled a heavy gallon Ziploc bag filled nearly to bursting with coarse black dust, holding it high for everyone to see. "Check it out," he said. "Black powder. Thought we could really fuck some shit up with this." Adam looked at him and cocked an eyebrow. Nate, my dad uses that stuff to make bullets when he goes hunting. That's like real-ass gunpowder." "Shit, yeah, it is," Nate beamed. "Like 4 pounds of it. Swiped a couple bags from my dad's gun safe this morning. Old man still doesn't know I know the combination. Like, holy shit, it's Mom's birthday. Real clever, Doug. Dickhead." Nate glanced over at Parker, who was busy pounding stakes into the dirt through metal eyelets, securing his tent in place, keeping his head down. "Wait, should I not talk about dads right now, Parker? Is that still a touchy subject? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel left out." Parker didn't look up, but Chloe saw his hand tighten around the little camping hammer, squeezing until his fist was white and bloodless. Beside Nate, Adam's face was grave. "No, listen. Black powder's what those guys on the news make car bombs out of, the ones who live in shacks in the woods and write manifestos or whatever. That's a serious explosive, man." "So what? You said bring fireworks." "Yeah, fireworks, not bomb-making supplies. What the hell are we even going to use that for?" Nate spat and grinned. "Hell if I know. Something really cool though, right? Pow! Up in smoke." "Come on. Be smart about this," Adam said. "Black powder's not the kind of shit you play with, okay? It's not a toy. Somebody could get hurt. You could start a fire with it or something." "Yeah," Nate said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That's kind of the point, Dad. You're welcome, by the way." Adam's shoulders fell. "Nobody asked you to bring that. We just wanted some fireworks, sparklers, or whatever." "I've got sparklers," Nate cried. "Sparklers and black cats and all that other stupid baby bullshit. You can have it. It's yours. But I was trying to do something nice for you guys, for us. So if you grow your balls back and decide that you want to come play with the big kids, you let me know. I'll be out in the woods blowing shit up with my dick. Everybody else can fucking fuck themselves. You most of all," he said, jabbing a finger at Parker. "Nate, I'm asking you nicely here. That shit is not to be played with. Just go pour it out in the fucking creek or something, please," Adam implored. A smile crept along Nate's thin lips. "Nah, I think I'm good." "Seriously." Nate just kept smiling at him. Chloe watched Adam swallow back his irritation and turn to walk away. A second later, Nate did the same, carting his bomb bag into the trees. Soon they could all hear the machine gun popping of firecrackers, accompanied by Nate's loud whooping. Chloe let out a sigh and went to join her cousin, who seemed to be trying to make himself as small and invisible as possible as he drove stake after stake into the earth. She couldn't blame him for that. Nate's shit had gone from cute to cancerous real fast. "Hey, are you okay?" "I guess," said Parker. "I don't know." "Yeah." Chloe jerked her head in the direction Nate had stormed off. There was another rolling crackle of fireworks farther away now. "I just want you to know, we all know that it's not you," she told Parker. "He's the one who's starting shit. None of this is your fault." Parker nodded curtly. "Sure." And it's not okay what he said to you before, she told him, when we were hiking and just now about your... Yeah, I know. There was a nervous quaver in his voice, the sound of too much emotion welling up in the pit of his throat. She knew that sound well. It always came just before he started to cry. She'd heard it a lot in the last year. Hey, I've got a present for you, said Chloe. Parker looked at her. What? Hold on, she said, forcing a smile. Let me get it. She crossed over to her own tent and went inside to get her backpack, returning to kneel down next to her cousin. From inside, she pulled out a black package with 2 walkie-talkies sealed inside, Cobra 32-mile radio written across the top. She handed it to Parker with a grin. Ta-da! Just like when we were kids camping out in Grandpa's backyard, she said. For a moment, the ghost of a smile crept into the corners of Parker's lips. They'd done it a lot back then, when they were littler and the whole family would get together on Friday or Saturday nights for family dinners. They used to beg their parents to let them sleep over at Grandpa's so they could camp out. They'd set up the tents in opposite corners of the old man's big backyard and spend the night looking up at the stars and telling scary stories and going inside for microwaved s'mores. Parker was the one who had found the old walkie-talkies in Grandpa's basement, buried in a steamer trunk full of old toys from when their parents were kids. They needed a fresh set of batteries, but they still worked fine. Chloe had beamed when he brought them out to the backyard. Now we can talk even after we go to bed, he'd said, eager in the way that only 9-year-olds could be. After that first time, the radios became a crucial element of any backyard camping trip, as important as the tents or cans of Coke or comic books. They talked to each other all night, sometimes even going to their tents early to chat wirelessly until one or both of them fell asleep in the glow of their dollar store flashlights. It was nice, having him there with her the whole night through. She used to get scared of the dark. That was why she'd learned about the stars and the constellations in the first place. Knowing about them made the darkness seem less scary. The stories made her feel less alone. Parker made her feel less alone. Chloe tapped a finger against the plastic packaging, smiling at her cousin. This way I won't lose track of you, said Chloe. Parker smiled again, and for a second, he looked just like the little kid she remembered from way back then, the one who helped her set up her tent and then would lay in the grass next to her, listening raptly while she told him all about the different constellations and the ancient stories behind them. Well, what are you waiting for? Chloe asked. Open 'em up. Let's see what we're working with here. He unfolded his pocket knife and used it to split the hard plastic at the top, then pulled both radios free from the package and passed one over to Chloe. Parker turned his radio over a few times in his hands, then switched it on, checking the battery before clipping it to his belt. Chloe held her radio to her lips and pressed the talk button, her voice erupting staticky and speaker loud from Parker's hip. You think these'll really work from 32 miles away? I don't know, maybe, said Parker. But even if they can do only half that, it'll still be pretty cool. Thank you for this, Chloe. Really. She gave him a side hug. You're welcome, really. Keep it on, just in case I have something brilliant to say and you're not, right next to me, okay? Channel 6. Parker reached down and switched his walkie-talkie over to the 6th band. It squawked and then settled back into silence. A second later, Chloe did the same. Okay. All set. Awesome. Eventually, Nate came back, barefoot and sweaty from blowing off steam out among the trees. He didn't say anything to Adam or anyone else when he returned, instead going over to his spot to haphazardly putting his tent together, muttering curse words to himself. He got this way sometimes, all moody and shitty. They'd learned that it was just best to let him sulk it out. He'd get over himself eventually. Ignore him, Chloe advised Parker. Okay? He's hard to ignore. Then just try your best, okay? Eventually he'll calm down. He always does, Chloe said, trying to believe it. Parker merely nodded in response, almost to himself, as if she wasn't even there. Everything was fine. Everything was going to be fine. Chloe didn't see what started the whole thing off, but later, if anybody had asked her, she'd have guessed probably nothing, and would have been basically right on the money. Nate had been spoiling for a fight all day, after all, so it wasn't much of a surprise when she heard him start snarling at Parker again. Okay, seriously, what's your problem, huh? Normally, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but there was something in Nate's voice, a hard, mean edge that made her sit up and pay attention. Parker was sitting on the ground next to his tent, whittling a stick with his pocket knife, while Nate glared at him from across the clearing, his eyes wide with rage. I said, what the fuck are you looking at? Nothing, said Parker. Really? Because it sure seemed like you were staring at me, Nate accused. Were you not just staring at me? Yes or no? No. Bullshit. Whatever. Parker went back to his whittling, angling the knife down and swiping another thin scroll of wood from the stick. Whatever, Nate mocked. Nate, just once, can't you just fucking back off? Adam called to him from across the fire pit. You're just starting shit to start shit. You know he wasn't. You back off, Jarvis, Nate snapped, eyes still locked on Parker. Hey, look at me, you big freak. Look right here, in my eyes. I asked you a question. Were you or were you not staring at me? Tell the truth. I guess I was, Parker said, keeping his eye on the stick. What the hell for? For nothing, Parker said. I was just looking. Fuck you, just looking, Nate snarled, whipping a handful of dirt Parker's way. What exactly were you just looking at? You. Why? Parker raised his head to look over at Nate. Chloe could see a messy mix of exhaustion, sorrow, and barely restrained rage on his face. Because you're doing it wrong. Doing what wrong? The tent, Parker said with a sigh. You're putting the tent together wrong. Who gives a shit? You're not sleeping in it, are you? Parker held his eyes firmly on Nate. No. Then what do you care? I guess I don't. Fucking right, Nate said, sneering. You know, I gotta tell you, man, you've been a real drag all this year, and I'm so sick of it. I really am. Sorry. Sorry doesn't count for shit if you're not changing shit. You know, I think I speak for everyone when I say that if you're gonna act this way all night, maybe you should do it somewhere else, away from us. Nate, seriously lay off already, Nikki said from beside the fire pit. Next to her, Josh was blushing and averting his eyes. Nate shot her a sour look. Don't act like it's not true, Nicoletta. All of you know what I'm talking about. Don't pretend like you don't. He's been acting like a champion asshole all year. And what he did to Kyle Terletsky? Nate shook his head in disgust. Guy had his jaw wired shut. You remember what he looked like? He's going to be in a fucking neck brace until the middle of senior year, and what for? So Parker could express some anger? Fuck that. I don't want to live my life around that kind of psycho shit. Do any of you? None of them said anything. Not a single one spoke out against him or contradicted what he was saying. Nate was an asshole, but he wasn't all the way wrong either. Still, it didn't take a super genius to see he was taking it too far. Nate always took shit too far. Chloe saw real hurt in her cousin's eyes, hurt mixed with fury and hate and fear and loneliness. "I didn't mean to hurt him," Parker mumbled. "You got a real funny way of showing that. But the thing is, even after you did it, all of these guys stuck by you for some stupid reason." "I didn't ask them to." "No shit." Parker looked around at his friends, his face gray and fractured. Only Chloe met his eyes, but even she could barely hold his horrible, sodden gaze for a second before looking away. It was too much. Her lips and cheeks felt hot and puffy, and tears blurred the outside corners of her eyes, smudging out the edges of the world. "Nate, don't," she sputtered. "You know Terletsky was the one who started it, and it's not like that. It's not." "It's exactly like that," said Nate. Adam took a step closer to them. "Nate?" "What did I say to you?" Nate snarled. "Stay the fuck out of this, Adam." "It's fine," Parker said, rising to his feet. "I get it. I'll go." "Good. We don't want you here anymore," Nate said, his voice cold and hard. "Just go. Get out of here." Parker's shoulders fell. He dropped to one knee and started gathering up his sleeping bag and the rest of his stuff, packing it by handfuls into his backpack. He was really going to go. "Parker, don't. Please. It's him. It's not you. It's him." Chloe reached a hand out to her cousin, but he shook his head at her, pulling his bag onto his shoulders as he stood again, keeping his eyes on the ground. "It's fine. I get it," Parker said, that wretched tension climbing in his voice again. "I can go. I'll go. It's okay." "That's the most reasonable thing you've said all day," Nate jeered. "See you later, you piece of shit, no-dad asshole." Parker looked up and zeroed in on Nate, and for the second time in her life, Chloe saw something in her cousin's eyes that scared her. The sadness and the pain were still there, but they had been frozen over by an icy hate that she'd seen in his eyes only once before, in the back of the van after what he'd done at White Castle. But even that didn't hold a candle to what she was seeing now. Chloe had never seen this kind of hate in anyone before. It was like Parker had completely unplugged from himself. What? What? Parker stammered. "What did I do to you, Nate?" "You were born," snarled Nate. "Okay, let's all fucking quit it," Chloe barked, but she could see it was too late to stop Nate now. He'd gone full tilt, his eyes wide and mean, his lips drawn back to show off every crooked, yellow tooth in his head. It was easy to see that even though he was keeping his face serious, he was enjoying this. He was having fun, jamming knife after knife into Parker's hide. And up until this point, Parker had just stood there and taken it. But for that awful freeze in his eyes, Chloe would have thought he was doing it still. Nate prowled across the clearing to stand close to Parker, gesturing broadly toward the rest of their friends. "None of them give a shit about you or your problems, Dick. Up until now, they've just been pretending to keep you quiet, but now that you're leaving, I suppose we don't have to worry about that much longer, do we?" "That's not true," Nikki protested. "That's a lie." Nate ignored her, remaining focused on Parker. "You've been acting like a big baby this whole year, man. You used to be cool. At least you weren't such a moody pussy all the time, but I just can't do it anymore, okay? I'm sick to death of walking on eggshells around you all the time like you're going to fly off the deep end and take all of us with you just because your dad blew town or finally did himself in or whatever the fuck. I'm done with your moody orphan bullshit. Go kill yourself." None of them saw Parker pull the gun. 1 second, it wasn't there. And the next second, it just was, as if Parker had plucked it out of thin air to point at Nate's head like a black metal curse, all lethal curves and angles. The muzzle was so close to Nate's lips that he could have kissed it if he wanted to. Wouldn't have even needed to lean forward. That mean grin, though, it hung on Nate's face like it was stapled into his flesh, like there was nothing in the known universe that could wipe it off, not even when he was looking down the barrel of his own annihilation. Behind the gun, Parker's eyes had gone blank, and still. Adam gasped. "Parker, what the fuck?" But Nate laughed. He actually laughed when Adam said it. "Jesus Christ, chill out, Jarvis. We both know he's not going to shoot me." "Shut up, Nathan. Just shut your mouth." Nicky's voice was drawn tight as a drum, nearly exploding with nerves. "Oh, whatever," Nate snarled back. "None of you want to call him on his shit? That's fine by me. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck anymore. Enough is enough. Ooh, scary, you're a big man with your gun, right? What a joke." He took another half step forward and jabbed a finger into Parker's chest. "You're not gonna do shit because you're a fucking loser, just like your fucking loser dad." The gun made a sound that slapped them all in the lungs and startled a wave of birds from the trees above as a red curtain blew out from the back of Nate's head. Everything around them froze in place. For one long, horrible second, Nate stayed standing, trapped in time, his face twisted into something Chloe could nearly call a smile. You could almost look at him and think everything was okay, like there wasn't a black, finger-thick hole poked in the middle of his forehead. The gun bucked in Parker's hand, but he kept it outstretched, the muzzle still even with Nate's face. The silence of it was terrible. It was as if Parker had cut the valve and cinched off every sound in the woods, the birds, the wind, everything, leaving only a great, sucking emptiness behind. Chloe watched as Nate's thick throat bobbed and worked against itself, wrenching a panicked, meaty noise from his lips. Nobody said anything. None of them even breathed. Stuck in that moment, just half a second too late to take it back or make it better. Better was a little more than a myth now. A legend, a ghost story. Nothing was ever going to be better ever again. Nate tilted backward and toppled to the ground like a felled tree. Nikki screamed and buried her face in Josh's chest. Chloe was frozen in place, unable to move, finding it impossible to process the horrible thing she'd just witnessed. Beside her, Adam stepped forward, hands out, moving slowly toward the big kid and the revolver in his hand. "Park. Don't." Parker turned and ran into the trees. 3. Chloe had never seen a dead body before. Not really. She'd seen them on TV, in documentaries, and articles on the internet, sure. But never up close. Never like this. She'd never even been to a real funeral. The grown-ups in their family had kept her and Parker away from their grandpa's service 3 years ago, telling them that it would be too much for them, no matter how many times the two of them had insisted otherwise. After a while, she'd figured out that when her mom said that, what she really meant was that it would be too much for the grown-ups, not for Chloe and Parker, and Chloe had spent years hating her for it. She and Parker both, felt like they'd been robbed of something, somehow, an essential part of growing up, of becoming a whole person. It all seemed so goddamn unfair at the time, but now that she was here, staring at a bright, bloody mess spilling out of a body that wasn't even cold yet, all she wanted was to go back to a time before she knew what this felt like. In the middle of the clearing, Nate bled into the earth, from both sides of his skull, leaking red into the soil and dead leaves. His eyes rolled so far back into their sockets that all Chloe could see were the wet, gummy whites. She screamed, and then she kept on screaming. Standing there, watching her friend die, she couldn't stop the sound from pouring out of her. It was Josh who moved first. Jumping to his feet, he broke away from Nikki and crossed over to Nate in 4 long, quick strides, dropping to his knees in a cloud of dirt and dust. Chloe watched as Josh felt at Nate's soft, bloody neck with 2 fingers, searching for a pulse, searching for anything that could take it back. Nate, hey Nate, can you hear me? Listen, I need you to blink if you can hear me, man. Just give me something here, anything. His voice was strong and sure, nothing like the Josh they'd come to know up until now. Over by the tent, Nikki started to cry, collapsing to the ground as the sobs ripped their way out of her in giant, racking heaves. Chloe had never heard Nikki cry like that before. If anybody had asked her an hour ago, she would have told them that it simply wasn't possible. On numb legs, she went to Nikki and wrapped her arms around her, holding her as tight as her thin arms could manage until the worst of Nikki's sobbing had abated. When she was sure Nikki wasn't going to start crying again, Chloe stood and went over to Josh, helping him off the ground. He gave a little shake of his head, then went over to hold his girlfriend. Chloe's eyes drifted back to Nate's body and the horror show above his shoulders, feeling a sort of cold obligation take her over from the inside. Nate was an asshole, but he deserved better than this. They didn't have to leave him sprawled out like that, all bent, twisted angles. Adam, can you help me straighten him out at least? Adam didn't respond. Chloe looked around, but Adam wasn't there anymore. Inside her head, the pieces clicked together. Of course he had. Probably didn't even think twice about it. Adam had followed Parker into the forest. Parker, wait up, man! Adam's voice rang out from behind him, but Parker ignored it, barreling through the scrubby underbrush, away from the blood and the looks on his friends' faces and all the noise inside his head. The gun was still in his hand, his dad's Smith & Wesson 586, the one he had taught Parker to shoot with once he was old enough to learn on pistols. Black with a worn, smooth walnut grip, it seemed so much smaller now that he was older. Back when he was a kid, he remembered thinking it was the same kind of gun old ships used to sink other ships. It sure made a noise like it was. Parker, stop, please! Louder now. Adam was getting closer. The panic and the rage and the hateful emptiness still raked at Parker's ribs, white-hot claws bleeding him from the inside. He wanted to scream, to drop to the ground and cry, to put the gun in his mouth and pull the trigger. He did none of it. He kept running. Up ahead, he could see a grove. Charging toward it, Parker wiped at his burning eyes with the backs of his hands. He wasn't going to stop, not when he was so close. He was going to stick to the plan. Just behind him, there was a crashing of branches, and Parker knew that Adam was nearly on top of him. Fucking Adam. He couldn't ever just leave shit alone, could he? He always had to be Captain America. Parker, please! Parker whirled around, gun out, finger on the trigger, muzzle trained on Adam's face. His friend looked panicked and angry and scared. Out of control was a bad look on Adam. Leave me alone, Park said, punctuating each syllable with a small thrust of the gun. Adam shook his head. You know I can't do that. You have to. Why? Because I have a gun? Parker snarled. And you don't. Adam's face was gray and drawn. Nate's dead, man. A lump of bile formed in Parker's throat, and he swallowed it back. I figured. What, then? You wanted him dead? You wanted to kill him? I wanted him to shut up, said Parker. You don't get to shoot someone just because they're being an asshole. In his heart, Parker knew that Adam was right. But Adam being right hadn't been enough to stop Nate from scraping at him. Being right couldn't put Nate's brains back inside his skull, the breath back in his lungs. Adam could be right all he wanted. It was still too little, too late. Come back with me, Adam said. We can still set this right. You know that's bullshit, said Parker. Underneath his gray tee, Adam flexed his muscular shoulders. At his sides, his hands knotted themselves into tight, bone-white fists. Don't make me make you, he said. You can't make me do anything, Adam. You never could. But Adam wasn't listening. He was already moving, barreling toward him at what seemed to Parker like Mach 5 speed. Adam crashed into him hard, and Parker went off balance, twisting against the impact as both of them spilled to the ground. Together, they scrabbled for the pistol, Parker trying to keep it away from Adam, Adam trying to wrench it free from Parker's big hand as he peppered his ribs with sharp little rabbit punches. It felt like someone was setting off little flares in his belly every time Adam landed a blow, but Parker held on to the gun. Using little more than brute strength, Parker forced his best friend off the top of him, throwing Adam back so he could struggle to his feet. But Adam was already rushing him again. God, he was so fast. Adam hit him like a speeding car, leaping into the air to spear his shoulder into Parker's chest. They both went tumbling back to the ground once more, a tangle of limbs and muscle. Adam locked both hands around one of Parker's knees to try and drag himself up on top again, but the angle was bad, and Parker saw him coming. Sitting up quickly, he swept the pistol down into the side of Adam's mouth, sending the smaller boy tumbling away with a yelp, clutching at his mouth, rivulets of red already leaking between his fingers. Unsteadily, Parker got to his feet once more, stepping back, creating distance between the two of them. He wiped the blood off the side of the revolver and raised it to point square at Adam's heart. Cheap shot, Adam groaned as he stood, swaying unsteadily. I told you. Parker thumbed the safety off the pistol. I told you to go away. Come on, you know I can't do that. Behind the black gaze of the gun, Parker rose to his full height, towering half a foot over the crown of Adam's head, rolling his broad shoulders, spreading them out like vultures' wings. No. Adam wiped a trickle of blood from his lips. You can't just walk away from this. That's not something you get to skate on. I can't let you. I won't. Yes, you can, Parker said, hating himself for begging. All you have to do is turn around and go home. Please. I'm not going to do that. I'm not ever going to do that. I'm your friend. So it wasn't true, what Nate said? All that mean shit about you guys being sick of dealing with me? That was just Nate being Nate? Adam's mouth dropped open an inch like he was searching for the right words. I mean, what do you want me to say, man? Say that he was wrong. Say that he was just being an asshole because he liked to hurt people. Adam's eyes darted away for a moment, and Parker could see the shame burning there. In that second, hiding behind the revolver, he knew. Parker. A bitter sting drove itself deep into Parker's heart. Never mind. Sorry I asked. I'm going. As he turned, he saw something change inside his friend. It was like all the kindness left in Adam's body fell away from him in a single, awful rush, leaving only a hard, unfeeling mannequin in its wake. Parker barely recognized him. Just put the gun down already, Adam's words came out sounding cruel and childish, so unlike the boy that Parker had known since elementary school. He'd always been the kindest of all of them, but it was clear that kindness didn't apply to Parker anymore. Before Parker could react, Adam was racing toward him again. On a good day, hell, on any normal day, Adam was fast, faster than Parker ever had a chance of being, even if he'd spent years training, which he hadn't. Parker could never move the way that Adam could move. Parker was big, and he was tough, but speed, true speed, the kind that Adam held like a gift from the gods ever since they were little kids, that was something that had always eluded him. Adam could sprint a whole mile. He could tackle an obstacle course like he was standing still. He could run a marathon without breaking a sweat. Adam could move like nobody Parker had ever seen. Except right now, this wasn't about fast. This had nothing to do with fast. Parker dropped the gun's barrel by a hair and pulled the trigger. In a burst of bright red, Adam's knee exploded. A scream split the air between them, an unbroken wail of agony almost as loud as the gunshot had been. It filled the forest, that scream. It sliced through Parker's body and echoed inside his skull. He hadn't ever heard anyone make a sound like that before. That it came from Adam Jarvis just didn't compute. Adam collapsed to the ground in an instant, hands jumping to his leg, blood spilling out from between his knitted fingers in a messy rush. Parker watched him go down and let the gun hang by his side, momentarily forgotten. Standing still, he watched his friend curled up in the dirt and yowling like a wounded animal. It felt good to watch him twist and writhe like that. It felt good to see someone else hurt. Inside Parker's belly, the rage slowly cooled to a dim glow while Adam screamed through his teeth and clutched at his mangled knee. His eyes had gone wide and white and full of fury, but it was obvious that Adam wasn't going to do anything but lie there and bleed. Park could feel tears prickling the backs of his eyeballs again, and when he spoke, the words came out shaky and uneven. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to," Parker said. "I swear I didn't, but I told you to leave me alone." Adam twisted his head to look up at him, and for the first time in his whole life, Parker knew what real hate looked like. Not even Nate had looked at him like that. Nate had been a mean shit, but he hadn't hated Parker. He just wanted to hurt him. But Adam, yeah, he definitely hated Parker now. How could he not? It burned there in his movie star blue eyes, a pair of red-hot coals fresh from the fire. There was no coming back from this. "I'm sorry," Parker said again, as if it would help anything. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Adam to seethe and bleed while he headed deeper into the woods. He had other things to worry about now. They all spun around to look when they heard the second gunshot roll through the trees in a single sharp pop. It sounded so far away. How had Adam and Park gotten so far already? The first shot had been so huge, like a car crash or something. The sound of it had hung in the air for what had seemed like forever. As one, Chloe, Nikki, and Josh all twisted in place and ran in what they thought was the direction of the gunshot, dashing away from the clearing and their tents and their gear and their dead friend, heading straight into the depths of the Pine Barrens. "Adam! Adam!" Nikki screamed into the empty distance, pumping her legs as Chloe and Josh struggled to keep up. "Adam, we're coming!" It was Chloe who realized, after a moment, just how stupid they were being. "Guys, we need to stop," she chuffed. "Guys, stop!" Skidding along the ground, Chloe whipped her hands out to try and stop her friends from going any farther. Nikki was well out of arm's reach, but Josh was closer than she'd thought. Pivoting to try and intercept him, Chloe crashed into Josh with a bone-shaking smack. The two of them went tumbling to the forest floor. As she fell, she belted the back of her head against something cold and hard buried in the dirt. A second later, she heard someone approaching. At first, she saw double. Nikki loomed over her, hands on her knees, eyes wild. But there was another girl there too, older, dressed in all black, her face slashed with tears as she lurked behind Nikki's shoulder. Who? Chloe blinked hard enough to see stars, did it over and over until the vision evaporated and it was just the three of them again. Chloe, what the shit? Nikki panted, her eyes big and wet with tears. Why would you do that? We need to stay put, Chloe said, prying herself off the ground, rubbing at the back of her head with dirt-smeared hands. What? We have to go back. No, the hell with that, Nikki snarled. Adam is still out there. He could be hurt. Chloe has a point, Josh said, rising to his feet. Parker is out there with a gun, Nikki. He knows how to do this wilderness shit better than we do, and he's already killed one of us. Maybe two. What makes you think any of us stand a chance against those odds? Don't say that, Nikki said. Don't you fucking even... Nikki, listen. Chloe shook off a fresh surge of panic, forcing a kind of calm into her voice that she truly didn't feel. Whatever made Park pull that trigger, are you so sure it won't make him stick that gun in your face next? Or Josh's or mine? He's dangerous and none of us knows where the fuck we're going. We need to call the cops and we need to stay put. Anything else puts us in harm's way. No, 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 Nikki cried. Adam's our friend. We need to do something. Nikki, we are doing something, Josh interjected, pulling his phone from his pocket and thumbing at the screen. I'm calling the cops, okay? They'll be here soon. An ambulance, our parents, anyone, everyone. But until then, I think we just need to hold tight. The hell with that, and with both of you. Nikki dropped down to the dirt, stretching one long leg out in front of her. Chloe stepped in close to her. Nikki, please, don't do this. But down in the ratty earth, Nikki was already retying her sneakers with a singular focus, all traces of the crying fit gone from her face, save for her puffy red eyes and the clean tear tracks cutting through the grime on her cheeks. I'm not going to wait around to get killed, she said. If you want to stay here and wait for him to come back, that's on you, but I'm not going to hang around like a sitting duck. We're witnesses. You know what happens to witnesses, right? She double-knotted her laces and punched the sides of her trainers with rigidly balled fists, apparently satisfied. Walking between the trees, Josh circled around and around, his cell phone held aloft, eyes squinting to focus on the screen. I can't get a signal, he said. We should be able to get some kind of signal out here. We're not that far out of service reach. A bar or two, maybe. Especially for 911. They have contingencies built in for 911 calls. This doesn't... Cell service died back when we pulled off the highway, Nikki snapped. Remember in the car? Nate was... Chloe watched as the sentence died on her lips at the mention of their dead friend's name. Nikki stood and looked at her boyfriend, then at Chloe, face set in a stony scowl. You guys coming? Chloe shook her head. Nikki, don't. The tall redhead's eyes narrowed. He needs my help. That was a gunshot, Chloe. You heard it as well as I did. Chloe held her hands out to Nikki in what she hoped was a placating gesture. That's exactly the point. Even if he's hurt, Adam's smart and he's strong. He might still be okay. But Parker's been going camping out here since he was a little kid. He knows what he's doing in the woods. The words were out of her mouth before she even really knew what she'd said. Instantly, Nikki's eyes flashed with fury. "Are you kidding me right now?" "Nikki, stop it," snapped Chloe. "You know what I mean. What Parker did was fucked up and horrible, but you can't deny he knows how to look after himself out here better than any of us do. The three of us need to stay together. We can't just freak out and go running in some random direction. We don't even know which way they went. But what if he comes back for us?" Nikki's voice was coiled like a spring, all of her nerves slashing through to the surface. Chloe couldn't blame her. She felt like she was barely hanging on herself. "Then we'll deal with it," Chloe told her. "Whatever happens, we'll deal with it. Together, I promise." "And Adam? Adam will find his way back," Chloe said, sounding way more certain than she actually felt. "And if he doesn't or can't, we'll hike back to the van at sunset and drive until we get a signal, and we'll call the cops. We'll call the FBI, the National Guard, whatever you want, the Army or something. But right now, we have to wait, just for a little while, and then we'll go. I promise, but we have to give Adam a chance to find his way back to us first." She watched Nikki's eyes twitch back and forth, from her to Josh and back again, then farther, toward the clearing, toward the tents, the fire pit, and the body. A silence passed between the three of them. Nobody wanted to say the words again. Doing that, repeating those words, would make it completely real. And it couldn't have been real, not really real. The truth was too big, too gruesome, too awful for any of them to look at head on. The truth would leave them all in shreds if they let it. Finally, something in Nikki's face softened, the tiniest bit of give. "A couple of hours," she said at last, her voice small and fragile. "Just until it starts getting dark." "A couple of hours, then we'll go," Chloe agreed. Nikki swallowed. "Okay." She turned and stalked back to the clearing, Chloe and Josh trailing behind her. When they reached the campsite, Nikki went straight to the tent she shared with Josh, getting down on her hands and knees to climb in. Josh gave a resigned look, then followed his girlfriend inside. "Guys, can you not zip that thing up, if you don't mind?" Chloe said. "I really don't want to be alone right now." She counted 8 whole breaths before Nikki answered. "Fine." Back by the fire pit, Chloe pulled a ratty old blanket out from the shambles of Nate's tent and went to lay it over his body. He already looked so much worse than he had a little while ago. His face had gone loose and slack in death, hanging half off his head like a wet rag as the hole above his eye seemed to grow and spread. Standing there, looking at it, made her stomach turn, so Chloe spread the blanket over the top of him and beat a quick retreat, sitting down on the farthest stump, and ran her fingers through her hair, pushing loose locks away from her face and tucking them behind her ears. Eyes shut for a moment, she tried to do the breathing thing that the school counselor had taught her after Uncle Dave had gone missing. 4 in, 6 out. Inhale the good. Exhale the bad. Visualize it like white light and black smoke, cycling in and out of her lungs, purging all the stress and fear from her system, one breath at a time. She stood and crossed the clearing to the far side, to the tree that Parker had been examining when they first got here. There were carvings in the wood, 6 letters ringed with deep tally marks, counting the years. DAC/PDC. Chloe understood at once. She knew those initials well. Parker had led them to his and his dad's old camping spot. Some faraway part of her brain knew he'd told them that before, but for some reason it hadn't really clicked into place until this moment. She didn't want to worry about Parker, but she couldn't help it. He was alone too. Even if he did it to himself, He was still her cousin, after all. That cold thing she'd seen in his eyes when he pulled the trigger. That wasn't really him, was it? She had to believe that it wasn't all that was left of him. The Parker she knew better than maybe anybody in the world had to be in there somewhere. Parker was so much more than the bundle of fear and nerves and rage and hate and sorrow that lived inside him. And now he was out there, on his own. But then again, he'd been alone for a long time, ever since his dad went MIA. The details, such as they were few and far between. One day, last October, for no reason at all, Chloe's Uncle Dave had told Parker and Aunt Lori that he was going camping so he could get some time alone. He hadn't told them where he was going or when he'd be back. He'd just packed up some gear and left. At the time, it hadn't seemed like a big deal. Dave went camping all the time, with and without his family. He was an outdoorsy guy. This was just what he did sometimes. So, thinking nothing of it, Parker and his mom had told him that they loved him and to be careful. Then he never came home. Chloe pulled her cell phone from her pocket and clicked the screen to life. 4:16 p.m. Up in the corner, the battery indicator read 40%, and beside that, just like Josh had said, 0 bars. That was okay. They could last. It wasn't long until they would hike back to the van and get the hell out of here. Come nightfall, this whole place would be swarming with cops and state troopers. Their parents would come and get them. Everything was going to be okay. All they had to do was make it to the highway, and then it would be over. And yet, Chloe couldn't shake the feeling there was something wrong with their plan. It was like a burr caught in her brain, biting deeper into her whenever she turned her attention toward it. She was forgetting something. What the hell was it? Wait. Shit. Oh. Shit. The realization hit her like a cartoon safe falling from the sky. She'd given Adam the keys. 4. Adam crawled. Despite the agony, despite the nausea, despite it all, he crawled. He had to get back to his friends, to the camp. It would be dark soon, and Adam had been camping in the woods before. He knew what it was like when it got dark in the forest. Night in the city, in the suburbs, it was nothing compared to how it was in the woods. The darkness out here was absolute, a living thing that flooded in around you to eat you alive. Unless he was totally mistaken, he still had an hour or two until the sun dropped past the horizon, plenty of time to crawl back. They could start a fire, wrap his leg, keep him warm while somebody went for help. He was going to be okay. He kept telling himself that as he dragged himself along the forest floor, digging his bare hands into the dirt and rocks, heading inch by bloody inch in the direction he thought he'd come from. He was going to be okay. Over and over, he told himself the lie, knowing it was a lie, but bereft of anything else to cling to. The truth was ugly, and it was brutal, and it only made things worse. Better to cling to the lie and press on for as long as he could. That's what people did in these situations. They kept going even when there was nothing left to keep going for. Stopping to rest his head against a rock, Adam closed his eyes and drew a deep breath to scream out again. "Chloe! Nikki! Anyone!" He lay there and waited, hearing his own voice bounce off the distance in diminishing returns, then fade out entirely. Where the hell were they? How far had he followed Park off the trail? He counted to 10 and then started to crawl again, grinding his teeth against the astonishing pain radiating out from his injured leg. Up until this point in his life, Adam hadn't known that he could feel this much of anything. His whole world had been reduced to this hot, sick glow burning out from his ruined knee to fill his whole body like firing a flare gun in the middle of a small dark room. Adam slowed and then stopped and rolled to sit up, leaning forward to get a better look at his bloody knee. He had to see. Holding his breath, he peeled back the torn denim, then immediately wished he hadn't. Underneath his shredded jeans, the skin hung off his leg in rags, blood pulsing steadily from its messy edges, staining the bottom of his pant leg dark and shiny. In the middle of the mess, Adam could see something cracked and white, like the shards of a broken plate sticking out of the pulpy meat, clustered around a little black hole in the middle that looked like it went on until forever. Adam felt sick, staring at it like that, and another warm, slurry wave of nausea rolled up from his stomach to the back of his throat, impossible to swallow back. The wave turned into a flood, and a second later he twisted to the side and puked, a cord of bile jetting from behind his lips, splashing across the leaves in a thin spray. Hopelessness danced through his body again, stronger now than it had ever been. He wasn't used to being empty. He didn't know how to hurt and keep going, no matter how many times he told himself otherwise. Looking back, he could see an uneven trail of red in the dirt behind him, leading off into the distance, tracing his path all the way from where Parker had shot him. Where was he, even? He thought he'd been heading back toward the camp, but now he wasn't sure. None of this looked familiar. He should have paid more attention when he was trailing Park. He should have been on the ball. Now he was lost out here with a blown-apart knee, all because of Parker fucking Cunningham. Adam closed his eyes and felt his whole future crumble. All the puzzle pieces blown off the board in a single awful blast. His football scholarship was gone now, that much was obvious. Nobody was going to give a full ride to a running back who couldn't run. And it wasn't like he had the grades for an academic scholarship. He was fucked. Even if he got out of this forest alive, he was totally and utterly fucked. In a single second, with a single bullet, Parker had destroyed Adam's whole life. Parker had ruined everything. Alone and bleeding in the woods, Adam pressed his face to the earth and started to cry, feeling the heavy gasps twist and bow his body. When they finally subsided, he took another deep, rib-cracking breath and howled out again, "Chloe! Nikki! Anybody? Help!" There was nothing but silence to greet his cries. Fine. That was fine. Adam didn't need their help. He could do this on his own. He was strong, he was capable, he was Adam Jarvis, and Adam Jarvis could do anything he set his mind to, trashed leg or not. Rising to crawl again, he pounded a fist against the ground, splitting his knuckles open on the rocks, summoning up all his rage to wash the fear and sorrow away. It was what they'd spent years drumming into him during practice. Anger was useful. Anger could be harnessed. After another second, he started crawling again. He was going to find them. He was going to be okay. He just had to get back before dark. And that was still a long way off. But he was going to be okay. Parker ran for as long as he could, feeling his lungs burning and his head starting to pound. He ran until Adam's screams faded off into nothing, until the only thing he could hear was the thrush and hum of the woods behind his own wheezy breathing. Slowing to a lumbering trot, he slung his pack around one shoulder and opened it up, trading the still-warm pistol for the busted old canteen he'd taken from the kitchen at home. The water inside was already a little stale. but it tasted good. Parker knew this place. He'd been out here plenty of times with his dad, fishing and hiking and starting campfires, grilling hot dogs on sticks, and telling ghost stories. They'd come out here as far back as Parker could remember. His dad loved it out here, which made Parker love it too. There was something serene and perfect about a forest like this being square in the middle of New Jersey, like it had been dropped there in between the highways and townships right out of the clear blue sky. There was another campsite up ahead. Parker pushed through the brush to have a closer look. This site was far older and smaller than the one he and his friends had stopped at, but the layout was similar. A rough clearing surrounded by trees with a blackened fire pit in the middle, filled with ashes. Step by step, he paced around the outer edges of the clearing, taking it all in. It was peaceful here. Like this. He couldn't hear anything but the soft buzz of the woods, the blood thumping in his ears, the crunch of his boots on the soil. This could work, at least for the night. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. He'd left his tent back with his friends. Could he even still call them his friends after what he'd done? So he'd have to make a shelter from whatever he could find. But that wasn't a problem. He'd done it before. His dad had shown him how. He'd need a fire, though. Park knelt beside the fire pit for a closer look. The stones had been burned as black as the thick mounds of ash inside. He'd have to clear it out before building a fresh fire. He jabbed at the dead cinders with a stick, then thrust his hand into the fire pit and felt around. The ashes were warm. Someone had been here just a couple of hours ago. Inside his ribs, Parker's heart jumped despite his common sense. It's not him, he told himself. It's not him. It wasn't him. But what if it was? Parker dug through the pit, scooping out handfuls of ash until his fingers brushed against something smooth, solid, and cold. What the hell was that? He gently closed his hand around the object and drew it from the ashes. It was a hatchet, heavy and stained black as shadow. Parker shook the loose ash from its length and turned it over in his hands, inspecting it from handle to blade. It was old, ancient even. The blade was long and curved the wrong way at the top, the handle thin and almost delicate. It seemed like it would be fragile, but it wasn't. The wood was worn smooth and stained pitch black to match the head, but it felt sturdy. Parker had never seen a hatchet like this before. At the base of the handle, someone had carved a cross like two nails stacked together. Who had left this here? Who'd tried to burn it, and why hadn't it taken? Dropping his pack on the ground, Parker took the hatchet over to one of the trees at the edge of the clearing, set his feet, and sunk the blade into the wood with a satisfying thunk. Yanking it free, he did it again and again, leaving thick gashes behind in the trunk. He didn't know how old this thing was, but it was still strong, still sharp, and he was definitely going to need something like this out here. He'd left his knife and his camp hammer in the dirt at the main camp, and it wasn't like he could go back and get them now. With his thumb, Parker brushed the last few dove wings of ash from the head and went to work. The sun was going down fast. He had to make some shelter while he still had the light. Chloe went through all of it again. Okay, we've got a box of cinnamon Pop-Tarts, a couple tins of Vienna sausages, 6 beef jerkies, some Mountain Dew, a handful of candy bars, the water, the beer, the Everclear, the hot dogs, and the granola bars. We've also got like 2 cans of Spam, 3 of sardines, plus Adam's pre-cooked bacon and that oatmeal you brought, Nikki. Also, I think there's some gum and breath mints in there, but I'm not 100% sure on that. You guys sure you don't have anything else to add to the food pile? Guys? Neither of them were listening. Josh was kneeling by the fire pit, sweat pouring off his face as he tried to build them a campfire from a pile of dead branches baked dry by punishing New Jersey summers past. Meanwhile, Nikki was circling the tree line around the clearing again and again, her eyes increasingly frantic in the sharp glow of her cell phone light. "I'm telling you, the path is gone, Chloe." "It's not gone. Paths don't just vanish." "Then you try and find it." Chloe gestured vaguely to the far side of the campsite. "It's somewhere over there. That's where we came in, right?" "You're not sure?" Nikki asked, incredulous. "Are you?" "No, I'm not, and I've been looking for it for an hour." "Nikki, it's just dark, okay? It's going to be okay." Dark was an understatement. Night had closed in over the forest like an executioner's hood, blotting out everything but the shadows of the trees that stabbed up at the stars shining in the sky. Nikki turned her light toward Chloe, the little LED blinding in the drowning blackness. "I'm not crazy, Chloe. I never said you were." "You thought it." "No, Nikki, I didn't. All I said was that paths don't vanish." "But it's not here." There was an edge razoring into her voice, the first signs of panic starting to bubble up to the surface. Chloe stood and went over to her, trying to keep her expression kind, despite how annoyed she was beginning to feel. "I don't think you're crazy, Nikki, but I don't think the path vanished either. It's just dark. Things get lost in the dark all the time. That doesn't mean they're gone. I know you're scared. Okay? I'm scared too." Nikki's lower lip twitched and her eyes widened just a little bit. "Why are you going through the food again?" Chloe shrugged. "To distract ourselves so we don't freak out, so we have an anchor, to pass the time, all or none of the above. Just to have something to do," she said. "What if we're out here all night?" Nikki whispered. "Then we're out here all night. We have food, we have our tents and our gear, and Josh is going to get that fire going any second now. We'll be okay until morning. When that happens, we'll find the path again and walk on out of here. I promise." Nikki made a face and nodded, then went back to walking the tree line, as if she just wasn't looking hard enough. Chloe hadn't told her about the missing keys yet. What would be the point? Without a path back to where they'd parked, what good would the keys do? The plan had already gone to shit, and the three of them were already wound up nearly to the breaking point. Anything else might just shatter them completely. Shamefully, she was actually a little thankful that the dark had swept over them so fast. It bought her time. Maybe by morning she'd have a chance to get her bearings, find a different way out of here. Maybe she'd wake up and magically know how to hotwire a minivan. "Guys, I think I've got it," called Josh. He stood back from the fire pit, arms raised in triumph, a stupid grin cut across his face. By his knees, the little pyramid of gathered wood he'd assembled there had finally caught, a flash gathered in shadows blooming into something more substantial. The wood crackled and burned. A real campfire. They all huddled around it for safety as much as for warmth. There was something comforting about a fire in the dark. Nikki folded herself under Josh's arm while Chloe got in close and hunkered down, holding her palms out to absorb as much heat as she possibly could. "Thank you for this, Josh." "Really," said Chloe. "It's no problem. Nothing I couldn't do again given another 30 or 40 tries. I've basically gone full mountain man at this point." Chloe closed her eyes and kept them shut. She appreciated the attempt at humor, but kneeling only a few feet away from their friend's body, jokes seemed destined to fall flat. "What do we do now?" Josh asked. "Stay put till morning," said Chloe. "We've got food and our tents and a fire. It's not going to do us any good charging ass into the trees if we don't know where we're going and can't see shit. So what? We just go to sleep? Try again in the morning? Honestly? Kind of, yeah, said Chloe. You guys okay with that? No, Josh said. All the humor had gone from his eyes. Very, very no. But it's not like we have any other choice, he sighed. I'm going to try and close my eyes. My head hurts, my back hurts, everything hurts. Sleep will probably do us all some good, and maybe, if we're lucky, tomorrow will be less screwed up than today. Hope you're right, Chloe said. If you two need anything, let me know, and be sure to feed the fire, otherwise it'll go out. Will do, Chloe said. Sleep well. Josh nodded to Chloe, hugged Nikki and kissed her on the cheek, and then went to their tent and climbed inside, burying himself underneath one of the sleeping bags until all they could see was the general shape of him beneath the green polyester. Chloe raised her eyebrows in Nikki's direction. You heading that way too? Nikki looked around, giving a final half-hearted search for the trail out of the woods. Yeah, I guess. For a little while, yeah. Just have to make a pit stop, and then I'm getting in my tent and not coming out until it's daylight again. Hopefully there will be some sleep somewhere in there too. Do you think that's a good idea? Just going to sleep like that? Given the lack of options, I'd say it's probably fine, yeah, said Chloe. Why? Shouldn't one of us stay up and, keep watch? Watch for what? The fear in Nikki's face was unmistakable. It seemed to have taken up permanent residence there over the course of the last few hours. Still, Chloe understood what she was really asking. Nick, I don't think he's going to come back. Nikki gave her a distrustful look. How can you be sure? Her voice was a blade-sharp whisper. More than anything, Chloe wanted to reassure her. She really did. Except she didn't know any more than Nikki, and given the circumstances, she could hardly blame anyone for freaking out, but someone had to be the grown-up right now. Because if he was going to, he probably would have already. Nikki made a strangled noise in her throat, probably trying to hold back another round of sobs, but she didn't say anything. She just wiped her eyes and nodded. Chloe reached an arm out and gave her shoulder a squeeze, hoping the gesture was comforting. You go on ahead and get into bed, Chloe told her. I've got to go pee, and then I'll stay up for a while longer, keep watch, feed the fire. Nikki nodded. Don't go far, okay? I don't think we should go much past the tree line if we can help it. Feels weird out here. Chloe squeezed her shoulder again. I'll be fine. You get in there and spend some time with your boyfriend. I'll be right back. Tears twinkled at the corner of Nikki's eyes. Where are you going exactly? Chloe pointed. Just right over there, a little ways into the trees so I can pee in private. She tried to give Nikki a confident smile. Not far at all, and I've got the fire to lead me back, don't I? Nikki scrunched her face and neck up, then shook it off. Fine. Just be back soon. I will. I'll shout if I need anything at all. Promise me you'll come back. Chloe held back a sigh. Of course I'll come back. Promise me. Nikki's eyes were like saucers in the flickering light. All right. I promise. Okay. She watched Nikki turn and climb back into her tent to lie down beside Josh, zipping the tent flap up behind her. A second later, she thought she could hear a faint, muffled sob, but it faded out as soon as it had come. From the pile Josh had gathered, Chloe tucked a few extra branches into the blue heart of the campfire, watching them catch and burn. For a second, she could almost forget all the myriad ways this trip had gotten so completely fucked up. For one fleeting moment, it just felt like she was camping. Then the feeling passed, a cloud drifting across the thumbnail moon, and all she was left with was the horrible, shitty reality. No escaping it now. Chloe headed out into the shadows and trees. Adam saw the tree before he saw the cave. It rose like a broken bone from underneath the earth, bare and jagged and so white it nearly glowed in the dark. At first he thought he was hallucinating it, so different was it from the black, imposing pines that surrounded him on all sides. It didn't have any branches to speak of, just a bent trunk that split in two imperfect halves near the top, like a pair of broken fingers. He'd been on the ground for what felt like forever, feeling worse with every 6 inches he dragged himself forward. First, it had been the space between his shoulders knotting up, then his stomach had started to churn, followed by chills and a fist of pain throbbing behind his forehead, opening and closing over and over, rough fingertips scraping the meat and bone inside his skull. Having to endure all of it together was almost worse than his knee, which had gradually ebbed back to a constant, swollen agony instead of the screaming death grip it had been before. Looking down, he saw that he was still bleeding, though it had slowed from a constant surge to a heavy trickle. That was something. Still, he hadn't stopped feeling like he was going to puke again at any moment, or shit himself, or maybe both. He crawled toward the white tree, gawking. He'd never seen anything like it. It stood at the mouth of a low cave cut into a rocky hillside, like it was guarding whatever was inside. He'd initially thought it was some sort of aspen, but aspens had branches, features, those textured stripes that came from scores in the bark. This tree didn't have any of that. It was totally smooth, except for the tiny knots and grain grooves that Adam only saw once he got in close. The thought that it might be some ancient elephant bone sticking out of the dirt came back to Adam twice as hard, but as he drew closer, he could see clearly that it was certainly a tree, definitely dead, maybe even petrified, though he didn't know how that would be possible. He ran a hand along the trunk, feeling the ashy dryness of the wood with bloody fingers, leaving red smudges behind as his hand came away dusted white and gritty with some sort of spore or something. He wiped it away on his shirt. So weird. So totally alien. Adam turned his attention to the cave. It was dark, wet, and rough, but it might do for the night. Not like he had any other options at this point. He stopped and dug in his pocket for his phone. The screen was cracked and falling away in chunks from his fight with Parker, but it looked like the flashlight was still working. The white light exploded in his face, and he turned it toward the stone interior. The cave wasn't very deep, but there was a bend down near the back that he didn't like the look of. There could be anything, or anyone, hiding back there behind the rocks, just waiting to do him in. "Hello? Hello?" he shouted, pained, into the cave, trying and failing to keep the words from cracking where his mouth met his throat like a creaky seesaw. His voice bounced off the damp, mossy stone, reflecting back at him in a funhouse mirror version of itself. "Hello? Hello?" Adam waited there for a while, laid out on the rocky earth, trying to fight back the hurt and summon up the energy to crawl inside. When he started to drag himself forward again, every little movement was agony. hot coals in his knee, rotten teeth in his guts, a dripping fist of fever in his skull, knives up and down his back. He only had a few feet to go, but he already knew he wasn't going to make it all the way. It was too much, too hard. He'd done all he could do, gone as far as he could go. He'd burned everything he had in him getting here. He wasn't smart like Chloe or Josh, or resourceful like Parker. Everything he had that was worthwhile had been taken away from him. And now, he was going to die right here, right now. No one would find him. He was lying in a grave, carved just for him. Halfway inside, Adam twisted and tried to get a better look around, but his phone slipped free from his numb fingers and went skittering across the cave floor, making bizarre, warped shadows dance and coil all around him. Pulling hard against the pain, he reached for the phone, but it was too far. All the way across the rough stone floor, the light pointed straight up, illuminating the cave like a cold white campfire. At least he wouldn't die blind. Something rustled behind him. Contorting to look over his shoulder, he tried to get a better view, but there was nothing there that he could see past the tree. Everything beyond had been blotted out, as if reality had been stained over with ink or paint. Feeling uneasy, Adam shifted in place, trying to get comfortable. He laid his face down against a cold, smooth spot on the stone floor, and the relief that followed was incredible, maybe the best thing he'd ever felt in his life. Sleep, or something like it, was already grasping at him from the depths with thick, banded tendrils that he knew wouldn't let go once they took hold. He heard the rustling again, louder now, closer. He rubbed at his eyes with grimy, bloody fingers, but he couldn't see anything. Holding his breath, he tried to stay as still as the night around him. He didn't want to be killed by some awful, unseen thing. He didn't want to die at all. The last thing he glimpsed before he passed out was the bone tree starting to shimmer and bow in the wind. Using the hatchet, Parker sheared branches from trees and wove them into a sort of curtain that he braced between the dirt and a cluster of trees on the edge of the clearing where the trunks had grown closest together. The little lean-to wasn't perfect. It wouldn't keep out anything but the lightest rain if it came to that, but he figured it would do for the night. At the very least, it might stem some of the wind and the cold. It was a hell of a lot better than whatever he'd left Adam with. Jesus. Adam. A swirling chemical mix of shame and anger pulsed through Parker's system as he stopped and thought about what he'd done to his best friend just hours before. Adam hadn't deserved a bullet to the knee, no matter how he'd acted, no matter what he'd said. He was just trying to help, and when it didn't work, he'd got angry, he'd got desperate. Anyone could understand that. Parker, on the other hand, well, Parker had shot 2 of his friends today, killed one and left the other for dead. Parker was the bad guy. Parker was the fuck-up. No matter what happened now, no matter how he felt about it, there was no coming back from that. Ever. He leaned his broad back against one of the trees and sank down, scraping a curtain of bark dust free to fall across his broad shoulders. His ass hit the dirt with a quiet whump, and he let his head tilt back, his eyes looking up at a small window punched through the distant treetops, the darkness beyond filled with stars. He focused on them until they were all he could see, and imagined himself drifting among them, lost in an empty sea speckled with spots of distant white light. He felt cold and adrift, alone in an escape capsule ejected from some larger vessel, the control panel off and the engines long gone dead. Nothing to do but float here, through the absolute dark and wait for time to pass. Nowhere to go but forward now, wherever forward led him. Right now, he supposed that meant sleep. For a little while, at least. After that, he'd figure out his next move. Down on his hands and knees, he crawled into the little shelter, angling his giant's frame to fit in the small space he'd afforded himself. For any normal person, it would probably be pretty comfortable, but it fit Parker like a coffin. Parker positioned his backpack on the ground to use as a pillow. It was lumpy and wet and cold, but it was better than a rock or nothing at all. Beside his head, he laid the black hatchet down on a bed of dried pine needles, right where he could grab it, if he needed it. Tomorrow, he'd start looking for his dad. He was out here somewhere, and Parker was going to find him. He had all the time he could ask for now. On his hip, Parker's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Parker? Are you there?" He snapped the radio off his belt and held it up in front of his face. Eyes slitted and suspicious. He'd forgotten he was wearing it or that he'd left it on. A second later, the red light on top of the handset fluttered with signal, and the speaker crackled again, the same familiar voice coming through as clear as a church bell. "Park, it's me. If you're there, please pick up." Once she was far enough away from the clearing, Chloe sat down on a log and hung her head, trying to breathe. In the distance, she could still see Josh's campfire dancing inside the circle of stones, casting jagged shadows through the trees as much as it did flickering orange light. She knew for a fact that the moment she got into her little second-hand tent, she'd have no problem falling asleep. At this point, she could probably sleep through a forest fire. Exhaustion was in her muscles, in her spine, in her eyes, and the back of her head. If she were to lie down right here, right now, she'd be out before she took her next breath. But she couldn't do that. Not yet. Sitting alone in the dark, Chloe counted to 120, then unhooked her walkie-talkie from the waistband of her pants and held it to her lips, pressing the talk button down with her thumb. "Parker? Are you there?" Nothing. "Park? It's me. If you're there, please pick up." More static silence. Then, "I'm here." Chloe sighed, relieved despite herself. "Are you okay?" There was a long pause on the open channel. "Not really." "Yeah, there seems to be a lot of that going around right now," she said. "How are you guys?" "Not good, Parker. Really not good at all." There was another pause. "Yeah." "Where are you?" "Woods," Parker said. "I'm not sure where exactly. I found another place to camp, so." "Are you guys still, there?" "Most of us, yeah." The words came out of her mouth, soaked in poison. "Are you mad at me?" The air caught in Chloe's throat, coming out in an incredulous splutter. She didn't even have to think about what she was going to say next. It was all just right there, waiting. "Mad?" "Yeah, Parker, I'm pretty fucking mad. How could you even ask me that? Of course I'm mad. I'm mad. And I'm scared, and I'm so goddamn tired I could scream. And there's nothing that anyone can do about it, least of all you. I don't have any idea what to do with all of this shit. I don't know if I should hate you, or if I should feel sorry for you, or both, or something else. What you did was so awful that I'm not actually sure how I should react. Honestly, I feel guilty even talking to you like this right now." The rage pulsed in electric arcs along her skin, up and down her arms, raising the tiny little hairs there to stand straight up. Saying it felt good, and saying it felt awful. The radio felt so small and flimsy in her hand then, like Chloe could crush it to powder if she just squeezed. "You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to," he said after another moment. A fresh surge of white-hot anger tore through Chloe's brain. "But I do, though. I do have to talk to you because thanks to you, everything is now so profoundly fucked up that I think the only way we're all getting out of this and going home is if we do it together." "I'm not going home, Chloe." "Of course you are." "No, I'm not." "Why?" "It's complicated." "So explain it," she snapped. "If you're worried about the cops or your mom or Nate's parents, it's not that." "Then tell me what it is." The radio fell silent for a moment. "Did you find Adam?" "No." "Wait, what do you mean, find him?" "We heard another gunshot, but that was all. Is he dead too?" An image flashed across the surface of her brain of Parker and Adam standing across from each other between the trees, knee-deep in vines and brush, Parker with that gun held out in front of him just like before, Adam with a jet of blood and brains streaming out the back of his head. She could almost hear the gunshot again, the horrible way it seemed to pinball off the trees and the sky and back again. "I don't think so," Parker said. His deep, calm voice brushed away the nightmare image. The relief that blossomed in Chloe's gut at anything he had to say right now made her feel like such a traitor. "But you did shoot him." Chloe heard him sigh. "Just in the leg, the knee. He was still alive last time I saw him. Probably still is." "How merciful of you," she jeered. "You don't understand. He tried to rush me." "I don't care. You don't get to shoot people just because you're carrying a fucking gun. That's not how this works." "I didn't want to." "That doesn't mean shit," Chloe said. "You still did it." Another long pause. "Yeah. We're going to go to the cops once we get out of here, Parker. You have to know that by now, right? As soon as we can call 911, we're going to." "That's a good idea. You should." There was no inflection in his voice. All the feeling had bled out, leaving him sounding flat and blank. She couldn't tell if it was exhaustion or if he had finally just totally disconnected from reality. There was a hot surge in Chloe's chest, like she was going to start crying again. She gulped it back and stood up from the log, pacing back and forth in the dark, quick-stepping from one tree to another, hoping to distract her body from the sobs that were threatening her from her deepest core. "You don't get to cry. Not now, not in front of him, not like this. You know you don't get to walk away from this, Parker. You shot Nate dead, maybe Adam too. The police are going to find you, and they're going to make you pay for it." "Yeah, probably. Eventually." "You know you deserve whatever it is they do to you for all of this." "I know." "Can I ask you something, honestly?" For a second her voice shook, but it held steady. There was a long pause on the line, an extended feedback hiss. Then Parker said, "Sure." "Do you even feel bad for shooting him?" "Which one are you talking about?" Jesus. The sobs rose up in her one more time, and she had to take a few deep breaths before she was steady again. "That's not funny, Parker." "I'm not trying to be funny." "Then what are you doing?" A silence settled across the radio, more complete than it had been before. Chloe punched the talk button again, even though she already knew what had happened. Parker? Parker? Parker had turned off his radio. He was gone. 5. Nikki lay awake in her tent, listening to the woods and the night while Josh slept next to her, snoring softly. She couldn't hear what Chloe was saying, but she knew that she was talking, and since she had never been the praying type, there was only one person she could be talking to right now. Nikki had seen the two of them pop open those radios, smiling in that secret way they didn't think anyone else noticed. The two of them bulwarked together against the rising tide of reality, same as they'd been since elementary school. Like it was the world that was wrong for not running at their speed, rather than the opposite way around. She thought for a second about going and having a smoke. She'd been half-heartedly trying to cut back, but whatever Chloe and Parker were talking about out there, it didn't sound like it was going to be over anytime soon. She could get 1 or 2 in before Chloe came back if she puffed fast. She got as far as rolling over to reach across Josh for her pack and her lighter, but at the last second decided against it. She didn't want to be away from him, and she didn't want to leave him alone. Asleep, he was already farther away from her than she would have liked, and the smokes would just keep her awake anyway. Screw it. She just lay there until her eyelids got too heavy to hold up. Eventually, she heard Chloe's voice strain and rise before settling back into a more restrained whisper, then silence, punctuated by a soft weeping that seemed to float along through the air like birdsong. It was a few minutes before Nikki heard Chloe's footsteps getting louder as she returned to the camp. Nikki pulled Josh tight against her and closed her eyes, wishing she'd never agreed to go on this stupid trip. Chloe tiptoed around the campfire and fed a couple of thicker branches to the flames to keep it going as long as she could. It would surely go cold by morning, but in the meantime, more warmth and light weren't bad ideas. She watched the branches burn, the bark curling back and blackening in the flames, while the heartwood took its time, swipes of dark brown trembling along their lengths before joining the fire proper. She wanted to hate her cousin for everything that he'd done, but she couldn't quite bring herself to it. She was furious and heartbroken, but she couldn't crest that final hill that stood between rage and hate. She really hoped Adam wasn't dead. The next morning after they found the path again, she'd take Nikki and Josh out and try to find him before anything got any worse. Parker said he'd only shot him in the leg, but saying you'd only shot someone was like saying you only committed a tiny bit of arson. Doing it at all was bad enough. A chill wind snaked its way through the trees and across their campsite, making the fire pop and dance as Chloe's clothes twisted and pulled against her thin body. She waited for it to pass, then tossed another 3 branches on the flames. The fire contracted for a moment, then latched onto the new fuel and grew larger, the flames half as tall as Chloe. The heat felt good. Turned out, even in summer in New Jersey, the woods got cold at night, so she was thankful for the warmth. She didn't look at the trees. She didn't look at the tents or the sky or the covered-over dead body only a few feet away from her. She kept her eyes on the campfire, fixated on the way it curled up and chewed on itself, perfectly content to burn. For a second, she wondered what it would feel like to throw herself on top of it, to just surrender and let the flames eat her up. Chloe wondered how long it would take her to die from something like that. Would her clothes and her skin melt together, or would they turn separately to ash? What would the embers do to her hair? How long would it take for her eyes to boil and burst into jelly? Christ, but she needed sleep. Banishing the fantasies of burning from her head, she went to her little tent and climbed in. Inside, she zipped up the flap behind her and lay down on her belly, burying her face in crossed arms. She was out almost immediately. Adam came to, drenched in sweat, curled up in an awkward ball against the far wall of the cave. The pain was still there, his knee was still a mess, and aches like broken bones still racked the whole of his body, but his head had stopped feeling like it was going to burst like an infected zit. He was cold, though. Really cold. A chill, sharp, and merciless had sliced through the night air while he'd been out. He pulled himself to a sitting position against the cave wall and tucked his hands into opposite armpits, trying to return some feeling into his numb digits. Hunger clawed at him, a panicked animal set loose to scrabble around in his belly. The fever had burned away his appetite, but it had come back twice as hard now, alive and awake and undeniable inside him. He wished he'd brought something along with him from the camp, but he hadn't been thinking that far ahead. He'd just wanted to keep Parker from getting away, so he'd charged off after him like an asshole. And he'd paid the price for it. Nobody likes a hero, Adam. His mom had told him that 1,000,000 times whenever he got too full of himself during football or baseball or tried to get between his brother and his dad when they were having another knockdown drag-out. It's not like you see in comic books or movies. Whether they mean to or not, heroes have a way of complicating everything for everyone else. Heroes only get people hurt. Adam shucked off his overshirt and held it up against the guttering light from his phone to find the cleanest sections, then tore into it with his teeth, biting and gnawing at the tough fabric until he could rip the cloth away in thick, frayed stripes one after another. When he had had enough of them, Adam tied the biggest one into a knot and fit that between his teeth. This was going to hurt. He went to work, bandaging his destroyed knee up tight with the flannel strips. Touching the wound shot butcher knives into his brain, but he kept going, gnawing a scream into the knot. Each time he got one strip wrapped around, he tied it off, then moved on to the next one until he was out of strips. The makeshift bandage wasn't hospital quality by any means, but it would do for now. Adam spat the knot out into his hand and tossed it toward the mouth of the cave. That's when he noticed it. The dead white tree had grown branches. Branches heavy with fruit while he was asleep. It was one of those brief, nonsense thoughts, there and gone in a flash. It must have been that way all along. He'd just missed it when he first dragged himself in here. The fever had played hell across all his senses, and then it had knocked him out flat. But he was past all that now. He was on the mend, or at least stable for the time being, seeing clearly for the first time in what must have been hours. The lumpy fruit glistened in the dark, oddly shaped bulbs, so red they were nearly purple, like a blister or a bruise. Dew had started to collect where they hung, rolling down to drip off and splash onto the cave floor. Looking at them, Adam's stomach churned and gurgled. Jesus, he was hungry. Peeling himself away from the damp rock wall, Adam slowly crept over and picked one of the misshapen fruits off the tree, holding it up to inspect in the scant moonlight. Up close, it was fist-sized, with a stem jutting out the top of it like an apple with soft, supple skin. There were thin blue-black streaks running through it, too, branching off of each other to crisscross the whole thing in web-like veins. The logical side of his brain was aware that eating this could be a really bad idea. For all he knew, it would be poisonous and kill him, or maybe just wreck his insides and leave him screaming in curled up agony while he filled his pants with heaves of hot, bloody shit. He wasn't stupid. But the animal in his belly slashed at him, immune to his logic. It wasn't going to take no for an answer. He had to put something in his stomach, or his stomach was going to eat itself. He looked around the cave for anything else to eat. Maybe moss or some kind of plant. Hell, he thought he remembered hearing that people could eat lichen in a pinch, but there was none of that in here. It was just the rocks and the lumpy fruit and him. He brought it to his lips and breathed in its scent. There was a perfume to it, a sweetness that wasn't quite cloying, a tartness that wasn't quite rotten, with a tang of something simmering just underneath the surface. Iron? Copper? What fruit smelled like that? It wasn't unappealing, more just that the fruit smelled exceptionally whole. His stomach groaned, its protests growing louder. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Adam imagined how delicious it would taste, could almost hear it humming to him, "Eat me, eat me, eat me all up," in some familiar tune that he couldn't quite place. The growl in his guts turned into a snarl, and a second later the snarl grew teeth and bit into him deep. The pain was impossible to ignore. Adam didn't need another invitation. He didn't even hesitate. He sunk his teeth into the meaty skin and chomped down. The fruit burst between his lips in a torrent of flavor that flooded his mouth better than he'd ever imagined, like sweet steak. Adam chewed hastily, like a starving animal, before swallowing the mouthful in one throat-wrenching gulp. Juice spilled down his hands as he inhaled the fruit, making short work of it in 4 enormous bites, each a bit larger than the last. When he'd swallowed the last of it, stem, core, and all, he stopped for a moment and breathed, fully expecting it to hit like a brick in his belly. Except he didn't feel poisoned. In fact, he felt better already. His stomach shuddered with pleasure at the sensation, then growled for more. Adam plucked another swollen, lumpy fruit off the tree and tore into it like a bone-thin street dog. He'd never tasted anything this good in his entire life. When he finished with his second, he reached up for a third and a fourth. He'd eat every fruit on the tree if he could. Saturday, 6. Parker woke with the sunrise. It shot blades of yellow light through the trees, setting the forest aglow. Laying there without his glasses on, he thought the blur made it look like the Barrens had caught fire while he was sleeping. He rolled over in his evergreen lean-to, then rose to a sitting position, arching his back until his spine popped like a string of Nate's firecrackers. He'd slept well, a lot better than he'd expected, actually, especially after how things had gone with Chloe. He'd half thought he'd be up all night, but it had gone the other way. His eyes had fallen shut like a pair of portcullises as soon as his head hit the backpack again. Parker pushed the wall of braided branches away, tipping the majority of his shelter over onto the ground, where it landed with a soft thrush. Fresh air rushed in around his body, prickling the spots of skin he'd left uncovered with a hard chill that had no doubt waited for him all night. He'd been smart enough to sleep in his clothes and his boots, but even so, the cold was enough to make his neck and cheeks and the backs of his hands tingle something stubborn. The radio was still where he'd dropped it the night before, next to the black hatchet. Parker felt a pang of regret for ending the conversation the way he had, but he couldn't keep talking to her like that. Of course he felt bad for what had happened. He didn't want any of this, but he couldn't take it back now. The best, the only thing any of them could do was keep moving forward. Looking back was only going to screw everything up worse. He rubbed at gummy eyes with clumsy fingers and ran his hands through his short black hair before fitting his glasses over his face, shuddering the world into focus. That's when he saw that he wasn't alone. A figure crouched in the middle of the campsite, its back to Parker, broad shoulders hunched up to bend its silhouette into a nearly perfect square. Park had to blink a few times before the shape lost its shimmering blurriness, its edges sharpening as the seconds crept on around them. It was a guy. Parker could tell that much, and he, whoever he was, had knelt down next to the blackened fire pit to poke at the ashes with one bare hand, humming tunelessly to himself. The man's bulk was impressive, his broadness enough to rival Parker's, but even squatting down, Parker could tell that the guy was clearly a lot shorter than him, maybe by a foot or more. Moving quietly, Parker reached over and lifted the black hatchet, getting a good grip around the black wood before rising to his feet. "Can I help you?" Nate turned to regard Parker with a wide grin. "Hey, prick, you sleep okay?" Parker didn't even think. He just screamed and tried to put the hatchet through his dead friend's face. It didn't work. The blade whizzed through Nate's head like it wasn't there at all. Set off balance, Parker stumbled back while Nate only smiled wider. He ran a hand across the length of his face as if checking for damage, then held it up for Parker to see. "Yeah, nice try and everything, but I'm pretty sure shit doesn't work like that anymore," he said. Parker looked at the hatchet in his hand, then back to the dead boy in front of him. This wasn't possible. There was no way. Parker took a few more backward steps, slower this time, keeping the hatchet blade between them like a talisman. "You're dead. You're supposed to be dead." "No. I'm supposed to be alive," said Nate, jabbing a finger in Parker's direction. "You're the reason I'm not." He held his hands out in a lazy Christ pose. "Ta-da!" "So you're what, a ghost now?" There was an embarrassing shake in Parker's voice. Nate shrugged. "Man, hell if I know. Last thing I remember was telling you that you weren't going to do it, and then you did it." Parker remembered things differently. His skin still stung from all the mean, ugly shit Nate had sprayed at him the day before. He could still feel where Nate had jammed a finger into his chest. It didn't hurt or anything, dying, in case you were wondering. It just felt like somebody poked me in the forehead, and then everything sort of got cold and blinked away, and then there was just nothing. Like nothing. Like yanking the sheet clean off the bed, but instead of a mattress and box springs underneath, it was just void. Empty black space where real life should have been. That sounds terrible. Yeah, it was pretty goddamn horrible, Parker. Then, like a second later, I opened my eyes and I was in the woods again. And I gotta tell you, I have never been happier to be anywhere. Like, at least I was somewhere instead of nowhere. I fucking cried. No shit. I sat down and cried for like an hour, and when that wore off, I realized I could hear this ringing in my ears. At first I thought it was nothing, just leftover noise from you blowing my brains out, but I figured out that wasn't actually the case pretty quick. You know the sound I'm talking about? Like one of those headaches you can kind of hear? Yeah, that. Fully drumming inside my brain, too. Faint to begin with, but it got quieter or louder depending on which way I was walking. First, I tried walking away from that shit, but the thing was, the headache got worse the farther away I got from the sound. So I figured, hell with it. I'm already dead. Might as well try going the other way, see what happens, you know? Not like it was going to kill me, right? Anyway, I walked all afternoon and all night. Followed the sound through the trees until it was the only thing I could hear. Followed it all night. Then, the second I walked up and saw you sleeping, the noise just... He snapped his fingers on both his hands. Gone. Like it was never there at all. You gotta figure that means something, right? I don't know. You tell me. Nate rolled his eyes. Fuck makes you think I know? I woke up like this. You're the one who paid attention in school and shit. You learn anything there that could help us out here? This kind of shit usually means something, right? Everything means something. Or nothing. Helpful, Parker. But now that I think of it, Parker mused, there is one thing that I learned might be helpful. Yeah? What's that? Ghosts aren't real, said Parker. So you're not fucking real. Nate cracked a smile and prodded at his own body with sausage fingers. I don't know. I feel pretty real to me. Not exactly 100% solid. He reached down and tried to pick up a rock from the ground, but his fingers passed right through it. But, I'm here. Real quick, though. You ever have a deer run through you? It's real weird, I'll tell you that much for free. I don't think it was a lot of fun for the deer either, honestly. Nate took a step closer and Parker took a step back, jabbing the head of the black hatchet out at the dead boy. No, don't, okay? Just don't, Parker said. I'm having a bad dream, or a nervous breakdown, or I don't know what, but there's no way that you're really Nate, incorporeal or not. You're some broken part of my brain fucking with me for whatever reason. Nate's dead. You're not him. An undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato, Nate crowed, doing a little dance where he stood. Now you say it. Come on, Park, you know the next part. There's more of gravy than of grave about you. Say it. Parker didn't say anything. Nate gave him the finger. Fine. You make for a shitty Scrooge anyway, and I'm not too hot on playing Marley either. Something inside Parker softened, then broke. When did you read that? What? A Christmas Carol. When did you read it? You hate reading. You always said that it was gay, which doesn't mean anything. I didn't know you'd read any Dickens. Nate gave him a sour smile. I didn't. I liked the version with the Muppets and the old English guy from those Batman movies when I was a kid, though. My dad always made us watch that one before we opened presents. A shadow passed over his eyes. But I guess that's over and done with. Huh. Something cold and weird climbed up Parker's back from beltline to shoulders and stayed there, weighing him down. You shouldn't have made me do it, he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. I didn't make you do anything, Parker. You brought the gun, you stuck it in my face, and you pulled the trigger. Everything that happened is 100% your fault. All because you couldn't keep from losing your stupid temper? You don't get to ignore the truth because it sucks. That same old anger flared behind Parker's ribs, bright blue and burning hot. But he didn't scream at the ghost. He didn't curse. He didn't do anything. He just watched Nate for 3 long breaths, and then he knelt and collected his things, hefted his pack onto his shoulders, and walked away into the woods. Parker didn't have any interest in putting up with Nate's shit dead any more than he did when he was alive. He shoved through the trees at a death march pace, using his long stride to put as much distance between him and the old campsite as he could, driving his boots into the earth like they were punishments from God, splitting the branches in his path with bone-breaking cracks. It felt good to break things all of a sudden. Up ahead of him, Nate stepped out from between the trees, wagging a finger like a disappointed babysitter. Oops, sorry. You can't get rid of me that easily, Nate said. Not twice, friendo. This time I'm sticking around. We're going to be best buds. Parker wove around him and kept walking, kicking sprays of pebbles and dirt from his path. Seriously, man, I'm not going anywhere, so you might as well start getting used to it, Nate called after him. After another second, Parker stopped in place and looked at him, his shoulders falling in a two-slope avalanche. What do you even want from me? Nate made a face like he'd tasted something disgusting. From you? Nothing. Do you honestly think I want to be stuck with you for the rest of my afterlife, or whatever the hell we're going to call this? Honestly, I'd rather cut my own tongue out with a pair of my mom's sewing scissors than spend eternity with you. But I've got this, remember? He tapped 2 fingers against his temple. The farther I get from you, the more it feels like somebody's pounding nails through my skull. So until we figure out how to unfuck this glitch, curse, whatever it is, I'm sticking next to your big ass like stink on shit. Parker shook his head and sighed. Fine. Whatever, I don't care. Could you at least do it quietly? Nate showed him that same sick grin he always made when he was being too clever by half. That doesn't sound like me to me. Parker walked around him, studying the angle of the sun, trying to get his bearings. A moment later, Nate stepped out from behind another tree and fell into lockstep with him. Stop doing that, said Parker. What? The teleporting thing. Stop it. If you have to be here with me, just be here with me. Stop messing with me and just be a decent person for once in your life, says the murderer. Nate, please. The ghost kid threw his hands up. Fine, Jesus. Have it your way. See if I care. You were never any fun anyway. They came to a sunken clearing and wove around the bog-like wet patch in the middle that boiled with mosquitoes to crest the slope on the other side. Parker swept low branches and brush away with the hatchet, getting a better feel for it with each swing. The trees were thicker here, so far off the paths, much older and denser. He hacked through another dry tangle and caught Nate watching him with squinted, river-stone black eyes. What? Parker asked. You know, I didn't see it yesterday, but I think I get it now, said Nate. Why you came out here? Parker didn't even turn his head to look. Enlighten me then, he said, still carving a path through the trees. You came looking for him. Parker stopped in place, just for a moment, feeling his guts spool out the front of him like a broken measuring tape, trying to keep his face from betraying him. Don't say it. Please don't say it. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you do. You didn't really want us to come out here and camp together because who gives a shit about camping? No. You came out here to find your dad, didn't you? The words hit Parker like a truck, and for the second time in 2 days, he wanted more than anything to shoot Nate in the face. Chloe heard the sound before she even opened her eyes. A coo and warble, followed by the airy, fluttering snap of wings. Slowly she sat up and unzipped the flap of her tent, careful to make as little noise as possible, then peeked her head out to see. The blanket had blown off of Nate in the night and now hung awkwardly in the branches of a tree on the far side of the campsite. Something black and thick had settled over the top of his body like a sort of horrible, writhing moss. It took her eyes a second to adjust to the light before she understood what she was seeing. Crows. Nate was covered in crows. Crouched in her tent, Chloe watched with mounting revulsion as the horde of birds clustered and shifted on top of her dead friend, flapping and lashing their dirty black wings at each other, jockeying for position as they stitched their sharp beaks into their cold perch. Chloe scrambled to her feet with a revolted wail. They were eating him. They tore at his body with short beaks like scissor blades, snipping at his bulk through the holes they'd torn in his clothes, coming away dipped in red and dangling bloody strips of his insides. Horrified, Chloe threw a rock at the churning black mass. It sailed in a high curve, flying wide and hitting the ground in the distance with a thud. "Go!" Chloe barked at the birds. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" She sent another stone flying at the murder of crows, harder this time. This one flew lower, bouncing off the ground to glance across Nate's slack face, opening up a stripe of sour purple-red along his cheekbone. The gash didn't bleed. It just hung there in his skin like a punched-in smile. She heard the other tent unzipping, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw Nikki and Josh emerge, blankets and arms wrapped around each other. Nikki saw it first. "Chloe, what the hell is... Oh, God! Oh, Jesus!" She bent at the hip and retched onto the ground while Josh stared. Chloe didn't wait. She'd had enough of this shit. She hefted one last rock and sent it flying true, landing dead center in the mass of birds, smashing one open against Nate's body as the rest took flight in a frightened black wave that disappeared into the trees like smoke. Chloe towed the rock off of Nate's chest and watched as it rolled down and away, coming to a rest by the dead campfire. On top of the body, the dead crow was half flattened against Nate's bulk, its skull split open and leaking, body bent and warped, broken wings glued with fresh blood to the corpse below it. Underneath the bird, Nate was a mess. His face and chest looked like someone had gone after them with a flathead screwdriver, pitting out little red divots of skin that didn't bleed. Some of the birds had been at his eyes, too. His lids hung in rags over hollow-looking sockets that wept a kind of clear jelly that Chloe didn't want to look too closely at. His lips were torn to shreds, same with the outside edges of his nose. He didn't even look like Nate anymore. Now he was just this big, bloody, dead thing on display before them. "We can't leave him like this," Chloe said in a strangled voice. "We can't." Josh absently turned to look at the blanket still splayed in the branches. "I don't think I can reach that without climbing." "No, we need to bury him or something. We should do it together." Nikki made a sick, sad sound in her throat and turned away from them. "I'm sorry. I can't take this shit," she said. "I won't. Just... God damn it. God fucking damn it." Nikki stepped back and then launched herself back into the tent. A second later, Chloe heard the muffled sound of her sobbing, a noise she'd already gotten too used to. Josh didn't even seem to have noticed that Nikki was gone. His face had gone pale and queasy. "All right, that means it's you and me," said Chloe. "Come on, help me drag him. Josh?" But he didn't say anything. Staring at the picked-apart mess that used to be their friend, Chloe leaned in to break his sightline, waving her hand at his face. Hey, Josh, right here." A second later, his eyes cleared and he saw her again. "Sorry. What?" "We have to cover him up or they'll come back. Let's go." He nodded to himself. "Right, yeah. Okay." They dragged Nate by his arms to just beyond the edges of the campsite, out where the trees got a little thicker, looking for a place where he'd fit, laid out like he was. The feel of his cold skin against hers was awful and unnerving. It made her want to scrub her palms until they bled. It wasn't natural, dealing with the dead like this. When they found a spot that would work, they left him there and went rock hunting, gathering up as many as they could carry. After 20 or so minutes, they were pretty sure they had enough to do the job, so they began to cover him over. First, they laid an outer ring, tracing Nate's silhouette in stone, then piled whatever they could on top, building their friend a loose, form-fitting coffin, piece by piece. "This isn't really how I thought I'd spend the first day of summer break," Josh said, stacking stone after stone across the summit of Nate's big belly. "Me neither. I'd at least thought I'd be a little hungover by now, or a lot hungover." "Same." "I was looking forward to that hangover," said Josh. "I was really going to earn that hangover. Nikki was too." Chloe kept her head down and stacked stones. "I think we all were." "She's not as tough as you guys think she is, you know," Josh said. "She likes to play the hard ass, but she's so not that. She's sensitive. All that toughness. It's just a front." Faint annoyance crackled along Chloe's neck hearing him say it, doubly so because he was right. "I know, Josh," she said, biting back her irritation. "We've known her since elementary school." "I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just saying I think I might see parts of her that you guys don't." "You're saying you know her better than we do? Better than I do?" No, that's not it at all. I'm just saying that, this is a screwed up situation for all of us." "What?" "It's a screwed up situation for all of us, Josh, not just you and not just her. Everybody." "Well, sure, I know what you were just," Chloe said wearily. "But do me a favor and save it. We don't need more shit to deal with right now." Josh closed his mouth so quickly Chloe heard his teeth click behind his lips. They went back to piling stones on top of Nate in silence. "I'm sorry," Josh eventually said. "I wasn't trying to be an asshole. I worry about her, I really like her a lot, Chloe. I love her. I want to make sure she's going to be okay." Chloe placed another rock, then another. "She likes you too, man. She likes you a lot, and honestly, if you can help her be less scared sometimes, then God bless." Josh blushed just the tiniest bit. "I know." Chloe shot him a sideways glance. "But you gotta back off when it comes to telling people shit about their friends. You've been around for a few months now, and I like you and all, but that doesn't mean you've got the right. This isn't your place, and it's not your circle. Maybe someday, but not now, and definitely not for a while. I'm glad you're looking out for her, but right now is a profoundly shitty time to try and make people pick sides. We're all on the same side, at least until we get out of the Barrens, okay?" "Sure, yeah," Josh said. "Of course." Good answer. It didn't take them long to finish building the cairn, and when it was done, the stones were piled half as high as Chloe stood. It would do for now. At least it would keep more crows from getting to Nate's body. She wasn't sure about anything bigger, but she didn't know what else lived out here. Were there coyotes in the Pine Barrens? Wolves? Bears? When they got back to the campsite, Nikki was already dressed and sitting by the fire pit, hanging her head between her knees. Chloe exchanged a look with Josh, who nodded over toward his shared tent. "Go," Chloe mouthed to him. "I've got this." Josh peeled off and went to the tent to change, while Chloe crossed the distance to Nikki and stood next to her, looking at the back of her head gazing at the wildfire hair tumbling down around her shoulders. "Hey, Nikki." "Hey yourself," Nikki said, her voice flat and empty. "How are you doing? You okay?" Nikki twisted around and fixed Chloe with red, dark eyes. "No, I'm not. Are you?" Chloe shook her head. "No, I don't think so." "Great. Glad we got that cleared up." Nikki pushed her hair back and gestured to the place the body had lain. "What did you do with him?" "We took him out into the trees and buried him." "You don't have a shovel," said Nikki. "We piled rocks over him," Chloe said. "Started with an outer ring and moved inward. It's called a cairn. Learned about it in Euro history last year. I think it'll keep things from getting at him, and that way the cops won't have any problems finding him when they come." "They won't," Nikki said with a sneer. "Won't what?" Chloe asked, startled. "The cops aren't coming, Chloe. Nobody's coming. Our phones aren't working. It's just us now. And we're all going to die out here. I know it. And you know it too." Chloe sat down next to her. "I don't know that because it's not true." "Yes, it is. We're not getting out of here because the forest doesn't want us to leave." "Come on. That's crazy." Nikki's eyes flashed with anger. "I looked for the path again," she said, "while you guys were out burying him. It's not there. It's just gone, like the forest just ate it all up." A cold thread of trepidation crept up Chloe's spine. "It has to be there." "It isn't. That's not possible." "Apparently it is." Frustration roiled in Chloe's belly. "Look, you're just not looking for it right, okay? It's there. I know it's there," she insisted. Nikki's eyes filled up with fresh tears, and she turned away from Chloe, back to the dead campfire. "Why don't you look for yourself then, if you're so sure? See what you find." "Fine." Chloe stood and went to the nearest edge of the campsite and started to walk a careful circuit around its perimeter. She knew she was going to stumble on it after a minute. She had to. Nikki was just upset. She wasn't thinking straight. Chloe took small steps, tracing the entire outside edge of the campsite, waiting for the dirt path to open up before her. But it didn't. After a minute, she'd walked a full circle to stand right back where she'd started. Nikki was right. The path was gone. Chloe clenched her guts against the horrible vertigo drop that opened up inside her, clinging to rationality like a life preserver. This was not the time to be freaking out. She couldn't do that. She wouldn't. Solutions. They needed solutions right now, not more panic. "Nikki, I promise you there is a way out of here," Chloe told her. "We just have to find it. If it's not the path we came in on, then there'll be another, or we pick a direction and just start walking until we hit asphalt. This is New Jersey. There are highways everywhere." Nikki got really quiet for a second. "I heard you talking to him." Chloe's stomach dropped. She'd overheard. Of course, she'd overheard. The Barrens got so quiet at night it was probably impossible for her not to. But Chloe was pretty sure that she could still defuse this. "Sorry, what?" "Last night, on your radio, when you said you had to pee, you were out there talking to Parker. I heard you." Chloe's face flushed. "Nikki, Don't lie to me, okay? Just do me the courtesy of not standing there and lying to my face. I know what I heard, so don't try and tell me I didn't." Chloe lowered herself to the ground next to Nikki, but it felt more like a collapse than anything, like the little bit of strength left in her body had just rushed out of her, leaving her to fall like a dropped puppet. I had to see if he was okay, Nicky, she said quietly. He's my cousin. I love him. You should have told me you were doing it instead of sneaking around. You always tell me everything, you always have. I know I should have told you, I know. I'm sorry, I know how pissed you are at him, said Chloe. I'm pissed too, but you still talked to him. Chloe sighed. Because he's still my family. The fact that he did what he did doesn't change that. Nicky's face was a bitter tangle. What did he have to say for himself? Not much. You know him. He wasn't doing okay. Oh, yeah? Poor him. Chloe ignored her, but he didn't sound like he was hurt or anything. I asked him about Adam. And? Chloe hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should tell Nicky the truth. It's probably a good idea for us to go and try to find him while we still can. Why? So you and my boyfriend can drag him into the woods and bury him under a pile of rocks too? She was playing hard-ass again, armor all the way up to mask her real feelings. Chloe couldn't really blame her. Vulnerability had never really been Nicky's strong suit. That shot we heard yesterday, that was Parker putting one in Adam's leg. He might not be dead, but he's definitely hurt. Oh, my God, Nicky groaned. He was alive when Parker left him, Nicky. People don't die from being shot in the knee, at least not right away. I think that if we can find Adam soon, maybe we can help. What about Parker? Parker's a non-issue. Nicky gave her a hard look from under a furrowed brow. I meant what I said last night, Nicky. I don't think we have to worry about him right now. Whatever he's doing out there, it doesn't have anything to do with us. If he wants to be alone, we'll leave him alone. We've got other problems to deal with right now. Nicky craned her neck to look up past the trees, toward the bright blue sky that seemed so much farther away this morning than it had the day before. Okay, fine, Nicky said. We'll go find Adam. All of us. Together. That sounds good to me. Maybe we can help him. I hope we can, at least. Chloe rose to her feet. Great. I'll let Josh know when we can start packing up camp. Sure. But Chloe? What? Nicky fixed her with a cold, empty glare. If I see Parker out there, I'm going to kill him. Family or not, I swear to God, I'll do it. And if you try and get in my way, I'll kill you too. Got it? Chloe nodded, swallowing the jagged lump of fear in her throat. Got it. So were you ever going to tell any of us what you were really doing out here, or was it supposed to be a surprise? Parker kept moving, drawing his pack higher on his shoulders, evening the distribution of its weight across his back. They'd been going for an hour or more, tromping through the trees, following the path of the sun. Parker watched the woods around them, keeping his eyes narrowed for movement, for something out of the ordinary, for anything. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for out here, only that he'd know it when he saw it. You weren't supposed to notice I was gone until it was too late for any of you to catch up. Wait, seriously? Parker nodded. That was the plan. Yeah. So, what? You were going to get us all partied out and then disappear into the woods in the middle of the night? Basically, yes, said Parker. That's cold, man. Really cold. I didn't say that I was going to feel good about it, but it was easier than explaining. I don't know. I figured you'd all go home without me. I was going to leave a note. Wow, a note? How goddamned magnanimous of you. You do understand how screwed up doing that would have been, right? More or less screwed up than killing someone you've been friends with since middle school? Nate bugged his eyes out at that. Oh, ho, ho, was that a joke? Did the great and serious Parker Cunningham just crack a joke? That might be a first, folks. I'd say it's too soon, but it's not like we can uncrack the eggs or unmake the omelet now. Might as well have breakfast. Speaking of, are you hungry? Because I'm starving. Can you even eat? No idea. Probably not, but I know what I feel. I guess what I'm asking is, how do you even know you're really hungry? Could be like phantom hunger or something. Nate's lips pulled back in a smile Parker didn't like, and he let out a wet, joyless chuckle that sounded like something being drowned. Was that another joke, Parker? Phantom hunger. You're on a roll this morning, bud. Parker pulled his glasses off his face and buffed them on the bottom of his t-shirt, clearing the grime and steam from the lenses. Beside him, Nate held a hand up to shade his eyes from the sun as he surveyed their surroundings. Do you even know where we're going? I have a general idea, said Parker. Which means no. Please shut up. The two of them came to a break in the trees and found themselves standing at the edge of a small field grown over with vines and clover and scattered with bare white trees like dead aspens. Did aspen trees grow out here in the Barrens? Parker figured they must, since they were here, but still, there was something about them that he didn't like the look of. He scanned their surroundings while Nate extended a finger toward the farthest edge of the field. What the fuck is that? Parker saw what he was talking about. The structure rose out of the ground like a rotten tooth from green and brown gums, half buried in the dirt and scorched to charcoal. Looking at it from here, Parker could tell that it had been a house at some point in the past, but now it was just a charred ghost of itself, a dark ruin being lazily devoured by the earth. He'd heard of old houses that had been lost in the Pine Barrens, the homesteads of old Puritans who had wanted to commune with their Lord in the cathedral of nature. But he'd never heard of anything like this. This wasn't decay or the ravages of time. No. Someone had set this house to burn. Nate's eyes sparkled. You want to go check it out? I guess, sure. Awesome. You're weirdly excited about this. Nate gave him a look. Why aren't you? I mean, you're the one who wanted us to come out here, man. Don't get pissy now because I happen to be enjoying myself, especially given the circumstances. He made a pistol with his fingers and mimed shooting Parker in the face. Pew! Parker bit back everything he really wanted to say to the dead boy. Fine, he said. Come on. Up close, the house was way more of a disaster than it had looked from a distance. Its walls had fallen, its blackened floor long battered to splinters, its roof collapsed entirely or turned to ash and blown away after the fires had gone out. It would provide no shelter if a storm rolled in, so Parker considered the idea that it didn't even count as a house anymore. It was a thing, an assemblage of scorched, cracked bones planted in the dirt and nailed haphazardly together. There was another one of those white trees growing near the center of what Parker thought must have been the living room or the kitchen way back when. Not quite a sapling anymore, but not totally mature yet either. Across from him, near the other side of the ruin, he watched Nate lean in to inspect the burns and the breaks, his beady little rat eyes still glimmering. What do you think happened here? Parker ran a hand along one of the broken struts. His palm came away black with soot. He held it up and pointed it toward Nate. It got burned. Nate's face curled into a sneer. Yeah? No shit. I mean, How? Like, do you think this was a forest fire or something? I don't think so, said Park. Look at the trees around here. See how they're all old? They don't have a mark on them. It wasn't the forest that burned, just the house. I think somebody set this place on fire. Like on purpose? Parker knelt to lift a fallen pallet of boards. The soil underneath was as black as the house's jagged remains. Maybe. Maybe not. Could have been an accident in the kitchen or something, but I suppose it's possible. Jesus, Nate said. How long do you think this place has been out here? Hard to tell. Maybe a long, long time, especially if there wasn't anybody out here to mess with it. Dropping the boards back down to the ground, Parker stood and dusted his hands off. Then he went to the nearest wall to look out at the forest beyond the overgrown clearing. Coming out here as a kid, the endlessness of the barrens was amazing to him, a wonder to behold, like it had been plucked whole cloth out of some storybook. But standing here now, that endlessness filled him with cold dread, laid like a stack of bricks on his chest. He could barely breathe when he stopped to think about it for too long. Dude, are you seeing this? He turned to look at Nate. The other boy's eyes were cast down at where one of the skeletal walls met the soil. What is it? Parker asked. Just come here for a second. Check this out. Parker wove through the old wreckage to look where Nate was looking. On one of the remaining walls, there was a row of long, deep gashes, like claw marks hacked into the grain, and a big, dark stain that stood out against the dusty blackness of the wood. Does that look like blood to you? Nate asked. Parker felt a nervous chill ladder up the back of his neck. What the hell could do something like that? My dad always told me there were bobcats out here, Parker said. Bears, too. Might have been one of them. Oh, good. What are you so worried about? Parker asked, trying to shake off the nerves. You're incorporeal. Nate gave him the finger. Just because I'm not going to get chewed up by some big angry whatever the hell doesn't mean I want to stand here and watch it happen to you. Aw, that was almost sweet, Nate. Great, can we go now? Place is starting to give me the weirds. Parker looked around the burned-out old house one more time. They weren't going to find anything in here. It was just a torched-out mess. Fine, sure. Parker turned to follow Nate out of the wreckage, touching his hand to the pale tree as he passed it by. Wait. He stopped and turned on his heel to go back and look. It couldn't be. There was something carved in the wood. Past the edges of the burned house, Nate stopped and turned back to glare at him. Yo, Parker, what the hell? Are we going or not? Just give me a minute, Parker called back. Whatever. Nate razzed his tongue at him, but Parker hardly noticed. He stepped in close to the tree and used one hand to brush some of the ashy pollen from the bare, bone-white trunk. There were lines scarred deep in the wood, cut by a steady, sure hand. They bled hardened sap, red amber collecting at their jagged corners in a dried-out crust. He couldn't stop himself from touching them, running the pads of his fingers along their deep, deliberate edges, carefully probing at them as if they were razor blades that might butterfly his fingertips wide open if he touched them wrong. Like history could reach out and kill you, if it wanted to badly enough. D.A.C. David Allen Cunningham. His dad had been here. 7. They packed up as much of the camp as they could carry and headed into the trees, following the same direction they thought they'd seen Parker and Adam go the afternoon before. Josh took the lead, with Nicky close behind him. Chloe trailed the two of them by a car's length, marking their path by chopping a deep, ragged gash in every third tree with the prying side of Parker's camp hammer. Nicky hadn't said anything to her after she'd threatened her cousin's life back at the camp. She'd just silently stood up and gone to pack up all her things. She didn't even speak to Josh while she worked. In fact, for the first time since February, Nicky didn't seem to notice his presence at all. Breaking down the tent piece by piece, Josh had shot Chloe a furtive look. "What the hell?" he mouthed to her. Chloe shook her head. No clue. Except that was a lie, wasn't it? Another one to add to the list. She didn't doubt that Nicky was mad enough to try and kill Parker if she ever saw him, only her ability to do so. Chloe was starting to understand that maybe she didn't know her cousin half as well as she'd thought she did. He'd already shot two of their friends. No telling what someone could do after they did something like that. But Nicky hadn't ever been great at listening to reason when she wanted to be right, doubly so when she already knew she was wrong. Hurting Parker wasn't going to do any good, but she was going to try anyway, if she got the chance. She'd probably do it just to prove a point. Parker had broken something fundamental in all of them the first time he pulled that trigger. Whack! Chloe cleaved another scar into another tree, squinting her eyes against the morning sun as she brought the hammer down in a sharp, controlled rhythm. The first few times she'd swung the thing, the impact had rung up into her shoulder, the pain and electric charge arcing through her bones. After that, she'd started figuring out how to ensure maximum impact and coverage without lighting her arm up like that. Whack! The claw tore away another thick stripe of bark and wood, leaving an ugly backslash a foot long in its wake. She was getting better at this. Up ahead of her, Nicky cupped her hands around her mouth to shout again. Adam? Adam! She'd been shouting herself hoarse ever since they'd left the campsite. Chloe had told her that odds were the gunshot was farther off than they'd thought, but Nicky wasn't hearing it. He had all night to crawl, Chloe. All night. You don't know how far he might have gotten, okay? Chloe had wanted to say, neither do you, but that wasn't going to help anything. If Nicky wanted to shout her voice to sandpaper, that was her own business. After all, it wasn't like Chloe had a better idea. Wandering around and screaming like a bunch of assholes was all they had right now. She pushed the thought away and raised the hammer again just as Nicky drew another breath. This time, they did it together. Adam? Josh looked back at Chloe as she ripped the hammer free from another trunk. Are you out there? Whack! Adam! Hey, you okay? Yeah, Chloe said. Yeah, fine. As long as you're sure. I'm sure. I just wish we were looking for something specific instead of waiting for him to shout back. Nicky spun in place, her face already taut with rage. Okay, if you don't like what we're doing right now. Guys, said Josh. Nicky, I never said that. Then you can piss off back to the campsite. Guys? I just think that if we had a plan of some sort. Because we can do this on our own. Hey! Nicky and Chloe both stopped mid-sentence to look at Josh, who nodded off to the side of the path they'd been walking. Look. The two of them turned their eyes to see where Josh was looking. There was a sort of small grove in the middle of a cluster of trees, the growth uneven and battered, like it had recently been torn up or trampled over. Josh broke off from the two girls to get a little closer, squinting underneath the bill of his ball cap. Stay here, okay? Josh trailed off. Chloe felt her brow knit itself into deep worry lines. Just what? Josh turned to look at her. I'm going for a better look. Before either Chloe or Nikki could protest, he stepped into the brush and the grove, bent low. The two of them watched him hunt around, keeping his eyes trained on the ground. Oh, shit, they heard him say after a moment. Oh, shit. What is it? There was an uneasy quaver in Josh's voice that Chloe didn't like the sounds of. He knelt to pull a plant out of the soil, holding it up for them to see. Its leaves were stained rusty red. Blood. Beside her, Nikki gasped. Chloe asked, "How much is there?" Looking around at the foliage by his feet, Josh's face was grave. A lot. The girls followed him into the grove. It was smaller than it had looked from outside, just a small open space in the middle of the endless sea of trees. Nikki crossed over to the far side while Josh knelt back down where the grass had been flattened the most. Look, I know I'm not like some experienced woodland tracker or anything, but this is bad, right? He asked. It's not good, Chloe said, stepping over to stand next to him, trying to not look too closely at the messy red smears scattered across the leaves. The smell of dull copper still hung in the air like a hex. There's a trail over here, Nikki called to them. It goes on for a long ways. Josh looked at Chloe, anxiety stitched across his face. You think it's Adam? She nodded her head. I don't know who else it would be. I mean, we should follow it, right? Nikki's voice quavered. Chloe looked back to see that her expression had softened a little bit for the first time all morning. She supposed hope had a way of doing that to people. Yeah, Chloe agreed. Yeah, we should. Nikki, you lead the way. We're right behind you. All right, Nikki said. Babe, you okay to go? Josh nodded, tearing his eyes away from the ground. Yeah, I'm cool. Let's go find him. Following the thin trail of blood, the three of them filed out of the grove, into the dark of the woods once more. As they passed into the shadows, Chloe brought the hammer down across another tree. Whack! Up ahead, Nikki drew another deep breath and cupped her hands around her lips. Adam? Adam, we're here! Can you hear us? The words danced through the trees like fire, distant but deliberate. Nikki. Parker couldn't tell how close she was exactly, but it couldn't have been that far. She wouldn't be alone either. Beside him, Nate cracked a wide, cruel grin. Well, now that is definitely a surprise, the ghost said. Thought you'd left them behind. Looks like it's not so easy to get away from all your problems, is it? Parker pushed a low branch out of his way and kept walking. Shut up. They're going to come for you, you know, Nate said. Parker could hear the smile in his voice, that sick little upturn at the edges of each word. I'm serious, man. They're going to find him, and then after that, they're going to come and kill you. Parker kept walking, feeling the comfortable pressure of the revolver in the waistband of his pants, the weight of the hatchet in his hand, and thought of his dad hewing his initials into the white tree in the middle of that burned-out house. He was close to him, closer than he'd been in a long time. He wasn't going to stop now. If his friends wanted to come and hunt him down before he did what he needed to do, they were welcome to try. He was done hiding. It wasn't long before they found the cave. A yawning, jagged hole blown in the side of a house-sized rock that looked like it had been here ever since some elder god had fastballed it into the earth. Josh saw it first, pointing to it through the trees. What if he made it all the way in there? He said in a tone that sounded like he hoped he was wrong or that the two girls would veto the suggestion. They didn't. The three of them had followed the trail of blood all the way out here, and it sure looked like it was leading them to the mouth of the cave. They weren't going to stop now. The area around the cave was rocky and bare, save for the dead white tree that sprouted out of the earth beside it. They closed in on it in single file, their boots rough against the craggy ground. Thin and uneven as it was, the trail of blood was unmistakable, smeared in rusty hooks and scythes across the grass and soil and rocks. The stains led into the cave, but not out again. He was in there. He had to be in there. Nicky was the first one to step forward, bending over to call half-heartedly into the dark. "Adam?" Nothing. "Adam, it's Nicky. We know what happened with Parker. We came to help." More silence. Chloe and Josh exchanged a grave look, but said nothing. Ahead of them, Nicky leaned farther into the cave and cleared her throat. "Adam, please just say something." A groan, low and wheezy, shook from deep in the cave. Nicky's eyes bugged out, and before Josh or Chloe could stop her, she dove into the cave in a quick, cat-like lunge, her long, lithe body disappearing into the shadows. Everything went quiet. The moment stretched out until forever. Chloe couldn't breathe, couldn't look away, couldn't do anything but silently pray, "Please come back, please come back, please come back," until Nicky emerged again, stooped over and dragging what Chloe thought, at first, was a bag of garbage. It took her a second to realize the ugly truth. It was Adam, but at the same time, it wasn't. The creature that Nicky had dragged out of the cave had Adam's face, wore Adam's clothes, but it wasn't really him. This boy, this thing, was bent and warped, its skin clammy and so pale they could see the web of blue veins running underneath the surface like a madman's atlas. His spine was curved forward like a fishhook, while his head had arched so far back it was nearly pressing between his shoulder blades. One of his legs was soaked in blood, the jeans torn and soaked through with rusty red around the knee. His mouth was ringed with messy purple stains, and his eyes fluttered open and shut, bloodshot to bright red. He shielded them from the light with a strained, bony hand Chloe could almost see through. In his other hand he clutched a broken branch, long and sharp and bone-white. Chloe was sure he'd torn it from the tree at the mouth of the cave, but she couldn't tell where from. Adam pressed the branch to his sunken chest like a crucifix, his fist so tight that Chloe was sure his bones would break through the skin. The heat coming off of him was astonishing. He boiled the air around him in thick, cloying waves, the alien radiation revolting against his friend's skin. It was like his fever had caught a fever. He twitched and shuddered in place, muttering to himself whatever nightmare he was having bubbling to the surface in half-words and syllables sheared from the larger whole, totally incomprehensible. Is he just. The three of them stared down at their friend, this broken, monstrous imitation of the boy they used to know, with disgust and horror. After a moment, Josh whispered, "What happened to him?" I don't know." Nicky's voice was strained and pitched, a violin string tightened to the verge of breaking. "I don't know. God, he didn't look like that yesterday." No shit, Chloe thought, not unkindly. Still, she knew that they couldn't just stand here and do nothing while he suffered. Josh and Nikki weren't making any moves, so she supposed it was up to her. Again. She knelt down over Adam, trying to get a better look at his face. His bloodshot eyes rolled back and forth in their sockets without seeing. His hair was glued to his forehead with sweat, and his lips were drawn back in a thin, death-like rictus, exposing every tooth in his head all the way back to the hinge of his jaw. This wasn't natural. This wasn't okay. There had to be something they could do to help. Chloe extended a hand to brush the blood-spackled hair away from his brow, but paused when Nikki made a choked little animal noise in the pit of her throat. No, Chloe, don't, Nikki said. Please? Chloe turned to look at her. What? Why? I don't know. Just, please don't touch him. Please. I tried to touch him in a cave, and he freaked. The only way I could get him out was by dragging him by the shirt. Nikki, it's okay, Chloe told her. If he freaks, he freaks. He's sick, he's hurt, and he's scared. He needs a doctor. She set one hand on Adam's clammy gray forehead and immediately knew that it was a mistake. There was something wrong with his skin, something slick and vile, like running her palm across a snake's back. The feel of it turned her stomach in a hard, vomit-inducing flop. She tried to jerk her hand away, but it was already too late. She didn't see Adam move so much as she felt it, the speed and force of him too fast to be witnessed by the naked eye. Underneath her small hand, she felt him lash out and hit her in the stomach with a whack, just like she'd been marking the trees along their path. She stumbled back, struggling to take a breath. Operating seemingly of their own accord, Chloe's legs kicked and thrashed out, bicycling her away from her friend, sending her tumbling onto her back with a heavy thump where the rocky ground met the forest floor. Eyes toward the sky, Chloe tried to find purchase and get back to her feet, but her body wouldn't obey, her limbs buzzing and gummy. Why wasn't her body working the way it was supposed to? Nikki screamed, staring at her with wide, horrified eyes, and Chloe followed her eyes down to try and see what was freaking her out so bad. Oh. The branch stuck out of her ribcage, where Adam had driven it into her. A white dagger punched straight into her midsection. Blood welled out from around the ashy wood, soaking into her shirt in a slow wave that gained speed the longer she lay there and watched it. It was a curious thing, like a growth she'd sprouted abruptly and without warning. Part of her, but entirely separate in its newness. Unbidden, her mind vortexed around this new addition for a moment longer, unable to make any sense of it in the framework of what her life and her body had been up until this point. Then the pain hit, and Chloe started to scream too. Her entire world contracted into a little shell of bone-racking agony that set her every nerve on fire. For one awful, fleeting moment, Chloe could feel every inch of herself illuminated by the pain as it traveled through her body, slashing and burning and pinballing back to the epicenter, the new hole in her belly and the jagged trespasser that had opened it. The screams poured from her with the blood as if they'd been trapped there for years, just looking for a way out. In the fog beyond the pain, Chloe could hear her friends barking madly at each other, their voices draped with panic and confusion. It was a funny noise, totally abstract in its urgency. "Don't pull it out of her! Don't pull it out of her! Josh, she's bleeding, and she's going to bleed a whole lot more if you pull it out. It's the only thing keeping her insides inside right now. You're not a doctor, Josh. You were only in Boy Scouts for like 3 years. You don't know shit. My dad's a doctor. I don't care about your doctor dad right now." He taught me some first aid, Nikki, so yeah, I think that in this case, I know a little bit more than you. Oh, fuck off. Nikki fell into Chloe's field of vision and smiled at her. The first real smile Chloe had seen on Nikki's face since yesterday afternoon. She was so beautiful when she smiled. It's going to be okay, Nikki said. Her voice was like warm honey or sunshine that had been somehow transmuted into sound. I promise. I'm going to get this out of you. Just hold on, okay? Behind her, Josh barked, Wait, Nikki, don't! Then Nikki curled her hands around a branch and pulled. The pain came back like a bomb set off inside Chloe's guts. It was too much, the suffering too enormous to be fully comprehended. Her mind couldn't wrap around the sheer force and scale of it. Nikki was a liar. She was hurting her on purpose. That was the only explanation. Nikki pulled on the branch again, jerking it back and forth inside her, and Chloe screamed again, louder, trying to thrash away from Nikki's clumsy cruelties, but it was no good. She couldn't move, pinned to the earth by the pain. Her eyes rolled in nauseous circles inside her head, searching for something, anything to distract her from the hurt and the panic and the fear. In the moments before she finally passed out, Chloe swore she saw Adam, bent and gnarled, rise up from the ground and sprint into the trees. Parker said he shot him in the leg. Nikki yanked again. Darkness started to crowd in at the corners of Chloe's vision, and for a moment she thought, well, at least if I pass out, it won't hurt as much. But there was something behind the darkness, something deep and old that wore the emptiness like a mask. Images rose up out of the shadows like memories, clutching at her with cold, stick-like corpse fingers. She didn't know what she was seeing, but it was too late to do anything but sink. The thing in the darkness had her now. Chloe's eyes sank shut, and she saw. The young woman ran through the forest, her lungs burning from the cold, but she didn't slow, didn't dare stop. She couldn't afford to, not now, not when he was so close behind. She didn't know what he would do to her if he caught up to her. Was it even an if anymore, or was it simply a matter of when? She no longer knew. The memories passed through her mind like waves in a river, impossible to catch or hold. Her head felt suddenly full, as if she was no longer alone with her thoughts. She'd been going for too long. She was too tired. She could barely remember her own name anymore. The details had started to bleed away like she'd been stuck with a blade or something worse, ebbing out of her in tidal pulses that kept time with her heartbeat. She'd been losing pieces of herself ever since she'd fled Mount Holly. She could see that now. She'd had to leave those pieces behind if she wanted any chance of surviving. The woman who escaped this would no longer be herself, but someone, something else entirely. Until then, she only knew she had to get away. And fast. She crested a hill and came to a clearing around a great old tree, an ancient, twisted black oak that stood above all the rest. It stood alone in a field of dark soil, its branches thick and curled with age, its roots thicker than a man's legs, knotted and half buried in the earth. There was a hollow in its heart, an empty, dark space that she might be able to fit into if she squeezed herself just right. That voice, the voice of the Lord, has led me here, she told herself. The Lord has a plan for me. The Lord will protect me. Bracing one foot against the closest root, she clamped both hands around a low-hanging branch and lifted herself up into the hollow. Making herself very small, she nestled inside the trunk, curling back into the soft bark and black, crumbling heartwood, hoping the shadows would be enough to hide her when he came this way. From where she'd tucked herself, she could still see a scrap of sky in the distance, through the other trees, a window leading off into infinity. She could hide here, and with a little luck, he'd pass her by, the skeleton man with his ghosts and his madness, his hatchet and his fires. She was exactly where she needed to be. There was a horrible, ripping noise from inside her body, and Chloe's eyes snapped open again as she woke to the sound of screaming she only distantly understood as her own. She was back, not coffined in some tree. She was here. She was here. Briefly, Chloe had the feeling of being unplugged, as if she was a lamp or a toaster that had been popped from the wall socket, all the power cut in a single yank. Useless. Nikki was still kneeling over her, now cradling the bloody, jagged branch in both hands, her eyes dancing back and forth from it to Chloe and back again. "See? I told you I'd help," Nikki gasped. "You're going to be okay now." Chloe tried to speak, but all that escaped her lips was a weak, crushed whine. Then her eyes fell shut again, and everything disintegrated into a great, merciful nothing. 8. Parker couldn't say when it was exactly that he started to hear the waves, only that when he noticed them it felt like they'd always been there, a soft, lapping undercurrent of sound that had joined the buzzing chorus of trees and wind and wildlife. He thought, just for a second, that maybe he'd walked all the way to the edge of the barrens where the trees hooked down and around to meet the ocean. But that was impossible, wasn't it? He looked back at Nate. "I don't suppose you can, ghost your way up above the trees to try and tell me where the hell I'm going, can you?" Nate spat, but the loogie never hit the ground. "Fuck are you talking about?" "I mean, does that teleportation trick of yours work vertically, so maybe we can get a better sense of where we're going?" "It's not a trick, man. That was just me trying to stick close to you, and to tell you the truth, I don't know how it works beyond that. I focused on keeping up, so I kept up. And as far as, ghost flight goes, trust me, that was the first thing I tried. Nothing doing. Turns out being dead is just as bullshit as being alive." "How lucky for us," said Parker. "Hey, I don't make the rules. I just live by 'em. Or, whatever." Nate turned in a circle to look around. "Why are you asking, anyway?" Park pulled up short and looked at him. "Well, look, I have a general idea of where we're heading, right? The campsite was here." He drew a line in midair with his index finger, punctuating each end with a sharp jab into the empty space with his fingernail. "And the burned house was here." "All right," Nate said. "But so what?" "I think we need to find the water." "What water?" "Can't you hear that?" "Not really." "Just listen for a second, okay?" "Fine." Nate cocked his head and narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, okay, I hear it now. It's far away, but so what?" "So I'm thinking maybe we find it and follow it. If my dad heard it too, he would have done the same." "Sounds like a lot of guessing to me." "Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. He's my dad." "Was your dad," Nate corrected. Please, stop it with that. Please." Parker took a long look at their surroundings. The trees around them were massive old things, monsters in their own rights that had been here for centuries before this moment, and would likely be here for centuries after they'd all gone. Looking at them like that, an idea sparked in Parker's head, and he dropped his pack to the ground, then the pistol and the hatchet beside them. "Do me a favor and stay here," he said. "What? Why?" Parker waved a hand in his direction. "Just wait for me, all right? I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Parker pointed. "Up." "Up? What does up mean? Parker?" Parker didn't answer him. He was too busy launching himself up the side of the biggest, oldest tree he could find, climbing the branches like a ladder, lifting himself off the ground rung by rung. 25 feet up, 30, 40, 50. The tree bore his great bulk all the way, without complaint. Even near the top of the ancient pine, the branches were at least as thick as one of his arms. The tree would hold. Park knew it would. It had lasted this long, weathered innumerable storms and winters. It could carry one climber safely for a few minutes, no matter how small or big they were. He didn't stop climbing until he could see across all the surrounding treetops. The forest seemed to go on forever. It was a rolling ocean of uneven, paintbrush green that stretched out to the horizon in every direction. The sight of it took his breath away. He knew, on paper at least, how big the Pine Barrens were, but seeing it on a map was nothing compared to standing in the middle of it. Some part of him had honestly thought he'd be able to see a highway or the ocean from here, but there was nothing but trees in every direction, and in the near distance, through a small break in the forest, he could see. Holy shit. Holy shit. "Are you seeing this?" he called down excitedly. "Obviously I am not," Nate shouted back, annoyed. Whatever. Park would show him soon enough. He couldn't wait. They were so close, too. Oh my God. This was amazing. It took a full quarter of the Everclear as disinfectant and nearly everything Josh had in his first aid kit, but eventually they managed to get Chloe's bleeding to stop. Nikki was impressed. Josh had handled himself well. His time in the Boy Scouts wasn't all for nothing. Sweat still poured off her boyfriend's face in waves, and he wiped at it with the bottom of his own shirt, leaving dark hooks of perspiration in the fabric. Let's just hope he didn't puncture anything major, Josh panted, slumping back on the damp grass. Nikki sat down beside him and pitched both hands onto the ground behind her, leaning back on tired, noodly arms to study Chloe. She looked so small and broken like this, so fragile, as if a strong wind might blow her apart like a pile of leaves. "How likely do you think that is?" Nikki asked. "I don't know," Josh admitted. He spoke like his mouth had gone numb, slow and careful. "Not great, probably, and even if we got lucky, she bled a lot. And I know I was a scout for only 3 years, and I should probably shut up about my stupid doctor dad already, but as I understand it, losing a lot of blood's not like a good thing, generally speaking. If we can get her on her feet by tomorrow, maybe she'll be able to walk out of here. I really don't know." Nikki let his shitty little swipes pass. Starting a fight with him right now wasn't going to do either of them any good, no matter how angry she was, at Josh, at Adam, at Chloe, Parker, Nate, herself, everyone and everything. The fury churned like a ball of liquid fire inside her heart, rolling and burbling, desperate for release. That familiar rage, trying to come out in unproductive ways, again. Her therapist had told her that anger was healthy, but rage wasn't, and if she insisted on hanging on to the rage like she often did, She needed to learn ways to funnel it into something constructive. Track had been good for that. When she was running, all of her burned because she didn't have any other choice. When she wasn't, sooner or later, those fires started to catch inside of her anyway. They always started out so small, too, sparked by a million tiny offenses that built into catastrophic blazes she carried around until she didn't have a choice but to turn them on someone. When she pointed them at herself, it looked like depression, fear, despair. When she pointed them at someone else, the school counselor usually had to call her parents with more bad news. It was funny. Up until the very moment Adam had stabbed Chloe, Nikki had done her best to pretend that Josh was somehow immune to her fury. It had been a silly, stupid little fiction, but it had been hers, secret and true since the first time she kissed him, pretending that maybe there really was someone she wouldn't get so pissed off at for just being a person, with all the flaws and weaknesses that entailed. That maybe somehow he was the one human being out of 7 billion who was special. It sounded so stupid, thinking about it like that now. And what about Adam? That thing she'd dragged out of the cave had been him, but at the same time, it hadn't. Adam would never have hurt Chloe, not if he was thinking straight, not if he was himself. The warped boy she'd pulled into the light. He was sick, feverish, warped and scared and delusional. He'd been terrified or furious, so he'd lashed out. And then he was gone. She'd told Chloe not to touch him. She'd practically begged her. And look what had happened. Thinking about it too much set that fireball alight again, so she turned her attention away from it and scooted a little closer to Josh, trying to smile a little bit for his sake. What time is it? Checking his watch, Josh sighed through his nose and hung his head, defeated. I don't know. Apparently this thing stopped running at some point. What do you mean, stopped running? He unstrapped the old Timex from his wrist and held it up, giving it a shake. I mean, it stopped running, Nikki, as of 3:53 this morning. It's dead. I didn't even notice. Shit. Doesn't it have a battery or something? Of course it does. How old was it? Josh rubbed at his eyes. Brand new. I had it changed last week because I knew we were coming out here. Just junk now. He tossed the watch away into the underbrush. A nervous unraveling popped loose in Nikki's stomach, and she had to cross her arms over her midsection to keep from laughing or screaming or both. She hated this. She hated everything that was happening so goddamn much. So what do we do now? She asked. Check your phone or something? I don't know. I mean about this. About her. Josh pulled his hands away from his face. Well, it's afternoon already, he said slowly. I don't think she's in any shape to go anywhere. Maybe we just stay here for now? Set up the tents and wait for her to wake up? Nikki was incredulous. That's your grand plan? Sit here in the middle of nowhere and wait and see? Josh flopped over on his back, wiping his brow dry again. Unless you have a better one, yeah. I don't see any hotels around, but you're welcome to go looking if you want. A long, uneasy silence passed between them. Nikki watched Josh rub the bare spot on his wrist, couldn't help but notice the way that he avoided looking at her. You don't have to be such an asshole, Nikki said after another moment. I wasn't. Yes, you were. Chloe could have died, Nikki. She still might, and if that happens, I'm sorry, but it's on you. It is not my fault. Except it is. Josh cut across her. It will be? I told you not to pull the branch out of her, and you did it anyway. You didn't even listen to me. You just did it without a thought as to what could happen, he ranted. You didn't think about it at all. You never just stop and think. His words slashed at her heart. Briefly, she thought about turning the blaze on him full force, letting him see how it really felt to burn. But she bit it back, and when she spoke again, her voice came out small and shabby. We had to do something, Josh. We had to try something. You should have tried anything other than that. Nikki watched him for a few more minutes, waiting to see if he had any other mean shit to throw at her, but he seemed to be done, at least for the time being. Dusting her hands off on the knees of her pants, Nikki rolled to her feet and unbuckled her tent from her pack, rolling it out on the smoothest patch of ground she could find. What are you doing? Josh asked. Setting up the tents, she said, as neutrally as she could. If we're camping here for the night, we're going to need shelter, aren't we? Josh didn't say anything after that. For a few minutes, Nikki worked in silence, feeling his eyes on her back as she went about assembling the tent. When he eventually got off his ass and started to help, she paid him no mind. She didn't have anything else she wanted to say to him. 9. Parker hit the ground running, grabbing his things without a word to Nate and taking off into the trees. Nate would catch up. He was a ghost. He could do whatever he wanted, except, apparently, fly. Whatever. Parker followed the mental line he'd drawn out from the foot of the great oak, ducking and weaving through the lesser trees until he came to a shallow creek. He followed it downstream until the forest broke apart, giving way to a kind of open space Parker hadn't seen since they'd pulled off the highway the day before. It was easy to forget how much forest there actually wasn't here, especially down among the trees. It was dense, practically claustrophobic, so intimate that it threatened to crush you at every step. It overwhelmed to the point that it was easier to just not think of how big the Pine Barrens really were. But sometimes the trees would give way and you'd be reminded its vastness impossible to ignore. The open space before him was absolutely massive, roughly the size of a warehouse, but round and beautiful like an oversized crop circle stamped in the trees. In the center of it all stood a crystal blue lake. The lake wasn't huge, but what struck him about it was how perfectly circular it seemed, like an impact crater that had been filled in with water. The creek he'd followed fed into one end, and on the far shore, Parker could see the lake draining off into a wide river that disappeared into the trees on a downslope far past where he could see. But despite the water actively flowing in and out, the surface was completely still, a single pane of blue glass from shore to shore. It reflected the late afternoon sky above like a mirror, absolute and unbroken. Not a single wave disturbed it, not a fish bobbing for food, nor bird swooping down to slash at the surface for its lunch. The very idea of disturbing it seemed to Parker like some kind of minor sin, a heresy, an affront against God. Not that he believed in God anymore. Even when things were good, the only gods that his family seemed to hold dear were the New York Jets. After his dad went missing, his mom had added gin to the list, and more, it seemed like that was taking over the top spot in her book. Whatever. It was just a lake. It was just water. God, or whatever, could deal. Parker walked down the rocky shore to where the water met the silt and picked up a flat stone, dancing it in the palm of his big hand. It would do just fine. Curling his index finger around its edge, Park swept his arm out in a tight hook and sent the stone sailing across the surface of the water. He could nearly hear it whistling through the air as it flew, spinning like a frisbee, tracing its arc with squinted eyes. He'd get at least 4 skips out of this one, he was sure of it. The rock dipped closer and closer to the lake's surface and sank. Park didn't understand what he just witnessed. It was like the lake had opened some secret mouth and gobbled up the stone whole. No ripples radiated out from where it had dropped. There was no plunk as it struck the surface. It just disappeared into the water. For a moment, Parker even wondered whether he'd imagined throwing it, until he looked down at his empty hand and saw that it was streaked with mud. What in the hell had just happened? Standing there, watching the glass lake, Parker felt his head swell and start to swim. His vision blurred and tilted, skewing to one side in a smudgy tunnel while his body swayed the other way to try and normalize. Looking at the lake like this, he felt an enormous isolation creeping up around him, as if he were the very last human left alive on the planet. The forest went quiet, drawing in close to hold its breath, waiting for the right moment to... "The hell are you doing?" Parker bit back a scream, his heart hammering inside his ribs, then looked over at Nate, whose smug grin was glued from jowl to heavy jowl. The vertigo instantly dispelled, and Parker felt himself wilt under Nate's eyes, trying to breathe away the spike of nerves that had jolted into his heart. Nothing. Skipping stones, I guess. "And that's what you dragged me down here to do, to show me how good you can throw rocks or whatever? Because, big whoop, I can throw rocks too, man. Or at least I could. Before." "No," said Parker, blushing. "Nothing like that. It was just..." He looked from Nate to the still lake and back again, feeling incredibly stupid. This was stupid. He was being stupid. Get it together, Parker. Nothing. Forget it. He straightened his shoulders and broke Nate's empty gaze, pointing down the shoreline with a single finger. "Look, there. That's what I saw." "Holy shit," Nate coughed. "Dude, holy shit." On the far edge of the lake, and maybe a quarter of a mile down, there was a little town. It was gray and stooped and weathered all to hell, the buildings hunched closely together like they needed the warmth. From the top of the oak, he'd seen that, going farther back, the houses all clustered to surround a sagging, weathered old church. It was obscured by the trees at the moment, but Parker knew it was there. Perched at the top of the tree, he'd half expected the town to turn out to be a collection of torched-out skeletons, like the one they'd found buried in the forest this morning. But standing here on the lakeshore, he could see that it was so much more than that. Parker glanced over at Nate with an excited look in his eyes. "Do you want to go check it out?" Nate didn't look back, just nodded, keeping his eyes on the little gray town. Absolutely. They walked down the shore in silence, watching the town loom larger with every step, becoming more real somehow as the little details emerged from the blur. A crooked door here, a collapsed roof there, walls overgrown with lichen and hanging moss, the way the road was scattered with more dead white trees. It was like watching a dream emerge into the real world, something that couldn't possibly exist but somehow did, right in front of you. As they drew closer, Parker kept his stride a tiny bit crooked, his body turned just a little bit sideways, one eye still trained on the lake. Something about it unnerved him. It stuck in his head like a hook, like that feeling you got when you knew you were being watched but couldn't say from where or by whom. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was something wrong with that lake, and with every step farther from the water's edge, he felt himself unclench more and more. He thought about telling Nate, even though he knew that he'd only make a joke out of it, or mock Parker about whatever part he found most ridiculous. That was just who he was. Things could only be one way with him, a single objective reality that everyone else had to deal with. But what if objective reality had gotten all fucked up when none of them were looking? Wouldn't Nate have to admit that things were no longer what he'd gone through life thinking they were? After all, wasn't Nate the one who'd woken up dead today? They came to the edge of the town, stepping off the shore to circle around until they found a path that led to a tall, crumbling gateway with no gate attached. Parker stood there, looking up the main road at the collection of little homes and bigger outbuildings, trying to make them all fit in his mental version of the Barrens. He'd heard of homes being lost in the woods before, of course, but never whole towns. Not like this. How is this even here? He wondered aloud. Nate pursed his lips and whistled. I'm starting to realize that lots of things can get lost in the woods. Towns, dads, lives, all sorts of shit. Parker gave him the finger and walked into the town, keeping his head on a swivel, trying to see as much of the little collection of grayed, weathered houses and outbuildings as he possibly could. How long had they been abandoned out here? 200 years? More? It seemed to him like the town had been left to harden and petrify in the absence of the people who had built it. He couldn't see any evidence of a fire or an explosion or anything else that would cause people to pick up and leave. They were just gone. Hello? Parker called into the emptiness. Hello? Is anybody there? Only silence greeted him. He called out again, but there was nothing, no one, barely even an echo. The place was completely empty. Not that he'd expected anything different of a town slowly being swallowed by the Pine Barrens. Where they weren't haphazardly boarded over, doors and shutters hung open or had been ripped off their hinges entirely, roofs bowed and cracked with weather and age. There was even an old wooden wagon cart by the side of the main road collecting moss and rot, one wheel split apart, giving it a crooked, lopsided look. That effect wasn't exclusive to the wagon, though. It stretched out across the whole town, much like a jumbled mouth of crooked, broken teeth, all gray and green with decay. Rotten teeth. Dead teeth. Park walked quietly along, the crunching of his feet atop the ashy dirt horribly loud in the silent little town. His eyes darted back and forth, looking for anything to identify it, a sign, something, anything. But there was nothing. It was just a nameless little town, lost in the middle of nowhere like a dead body dumped in an unmarked grave. Even the air was sour out here, sick with stale moisture and the plant life that was overtaking the town, dragging it apart as it grew between the boards and through the foundations, taking the land back as its own. His dad had been through this place. He felt it all the way down to his bones. If Parker, clumsy and panicked and inexperienced and haunted as he was, had found it, then his dad had to have too. The old man had been camping for decades before Parker was even a glimmer in his eye. Parker choked back a fist of nerves and squared his shoulders, feigning a kind of courage he didn't truly feel. He wasn't scared. He wasn't starving. He wasn't exhausted. No, he wasn't any of that at all. Dad had been here. He knew he had. Now all Parker had to do was find the next sign of him. 2 boys, one dead, one alive, headed deeper into the nameless little town. Muttering to herself, Nikki gathered wood, breaking apart dry branches with her hands and heels, while back by the tents, Josh cleared a space to build another fire. They didn't speak, and Nikki's insides silently pinballed back and forth between fury at everyone else and hating herself for being so stupid and broken that she poisoned every good thing in her life. Her mom's voice echoed in her head again. I don't know why you insist on dragging everything around you down, Nicoletta. Can't you just let things be nice every once in a while? Her mom never understood Nikki's mood swings, or at least never acted like she did, even though she had them too for as long as Nikki could remember. She should understand better than anyone that knowing about them wasn't enough to stop them from happening. Another surge of tears welled up inside Nikki's throat, and she had to twist her knuckles into her thighs to push them back down again. She wouldn't let herself boil over, not here, not now. She and Josh didn't need to talk anyway. They could both just work in silence and try to ignore how ugly things could get when they weren't looking. Nikki recognized this kind of mutual rage. It existed in a sort of low-level hum pretty much all the time at her house, constructed and maintained by both of her parents for decades now. And hell, they'd made it work for them. Maybe this was just how adult relationships were. For her part, Chloe drifted in and out of consciousness, her lips parting to form half sentences. What did? Are we going? Is this the? Before she sank back into sleep. Nikki knelt by her side, checking her temperature, peeking at the wound in her belly under the improvised bandages, occasionally dribbling water between her lips from Josh's Nalgene while stroking her hair softly and imploring her to drink up. Please, drink up. Nikki worked where she could see the both of them, never wandering farther than 15 or 20 feet away, so if she raised her voice even a little, they, or at least Josh, would hear her and be able to help. Not that she needed help. She didn't need anything. Not her boyfriend, not her friends, not even the pills that she'd left at home because they were going to be out here for only one night and it seemed stupid to bring them. Or because she didn't want everybody to see her taking them, because then she'd have to explain them, tell them everything, and it would make all that ugly everything too real. Best thing to do now was try and keep herself distracted from the hot, oily blackness bubbling underneath her skin. God, but she wanted a cigarette. She'd left her menthols and her little yellow lighter back by the tents and sleeping bags, a small concession to Josh that she was sure he'd missed. He hated when she smoked, even though he never said anything about it. It was impossible to mistake the way his nose wrinkled every time she lit up, the way he kept their kisses quick and dry after she'd had one. He wasn't nearly as good at hiding things as he thought he was. If there was ever a time for a cigarette, this was it. But obviously that wasn't happening, so she chewed on the inside of her lower lip until she tasted blood, and she gathered firewood, bringing armfuls of dry branches over to Josh, who sat at the mouth of the cave, putting together a small circle of stones for a campfire. Josh stood up as she approached, rising quickly to walk off into the trees, his back turned toward her. Where are you going? Nikki's voice shook when she asked, another thing she hated herself for. I have to pee. He didn't even look at her to say it, like she didn't matter to him at all. Being talked to like that made her want to cry, and it made her want to punch a hole through his face. Trying not to scream, she watched him walk into the forest, half obscured by the trees, then turned her own back as she heard the faint zip of his fly. Nikki brushed her hands off and considered the bare tree by the mouth of the cave. It was so weird, all bone-white and hard and dead like that. Inside her head, she called it a poison tree, good for absolutely nothing. Well, maybe not nothing. It might make decent firewood, at least. Using her bare hands, Nikki took hold of one of the branches jutting off the central trunk, then pulled down. The branch broke away from the trunk cleanly, leaving behind a dry, crumbly dead spot where it had been attached. Under the bark, the wood was nearly black with rot, dead all the way through. She was sure it would burn. She held the branch up to consider it in the fading sunlight, comparing it to its bloody sister on the ground, the one that Adam had run Chloe through with. Brushing her hand off on the leg of her pants, she took hold of another branch and pulled. It peeled away from the tree as easily as the first. Nikki moved on to the next branch, plucking them off like the legs from a spider until the ground at her feet was stacked with dry, bony boughs. Behind her, someone coughed. Nikki spun in place. Chloe was awake. She sat up on the little bed they'd made for her out of their sleeping bags, one arm planted against the ground while she kept the other clamped tightly across her improvised bandage. Her skin was gray and her hair looked stringy and lifeless, but her eyes were on fire, as bright as Nikki had ever seen them. "Hey." Chloe's voice was weak and scratchy, but there was a smile that pulled at the edges of her words, a smile that was more Chloe than not. Nikki dashed over to her friend, scattering the white branches with one foot, then pulled Chloe into a tight hug. "Careful," Chloe gasped under Nikki's arms. "Careful." Nikki let go and leaned back. Behind her, she could hear the soft crunch of Josh's feet in the soil and leaves, walking over to join them. "Sorry," said Nikki. I didn't expect to see you up and about so soon." "Well, I'm not exactly up and about just yet." "At this point, I'll just settle for up," Nikki said. "With how badly you were hurt, we thought you'd be out for a lot longer than you were." "Sorry to disappoint." "No, Chloe, it's not like that." "Hey," Josh said, standing above them with his arms crossed over his chest. "Hey yourself," said Chloe. "Glad to see you guys are okay." "How long was I out for?" Josh shrugged. "Few hours, 4, maybe. It's hard to tell out here." "Okay," Chloe said, rubbing at her eyes. "But it's still Saturday?" "Still Saturday," Josh echoed. Nikki rested a hand on Chloe's shoulder, gave it a gentle squeeze. "How are you feeling?" Chloe wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. "Honestly, pretty bad. Better than before, but yeah, not exactly awesome." She gestured to the bandages lashed to her wounded midsection. "I assume this was you?" "Yeah," Nikki said. "Both of us." "Thank you," Chloe told her. "Seriously, though, you're feeling all right? You were really out of it for a while," Nikki said. "It looked like you were having some seriously messed up dreams. I was worried." Chloe blinked hard, over and over. "Yeah," she replied. "Definitely some weird ones." Nikki nodded to the backpack full of food beside them. "Are you hungry at all? Thirsty? We've been giving you water, but no, not really." Nikki nodded and watched as Chloe closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them again, they'd gone cold and weird, the same way Nikki had seen them get on school mornings before really big tests. "What happened to Adam?" Chloe asked. Nikki's mood turned bitter. "What do you mean, what happened?" "You know, after he stabbed you?" Chloe pursed her chapped lips. "Yeah, that." "Don't know," Josh said. "Think he ran off into the woods. He wasn't doing too good, though." "Good enough to run, apparently." "I suppose," Josh said. "So we agree we all saw it, right?" Chloe asked. "We saw Adam run." "I didn't see that," Nikki said quickly. Josh's face got dark. "Yeah, you did." "I know what I did and didn't see, Josh." Josh narrowed his eyes. I'm not sure that you do, Nicky. I saw it, Chloe said. At first I thought it was a dream or something, but now. Except that doesn't make any sense, Nicky said. How could a kid who got shot in the leg run off into the forest like that? I don't know, Chloe admitted. But I'm starting to think we left sense behind back in Randolph. This place, I think it plays by its own rules. Something inside Nicky bristled and recoiled at hearing her say it like that. No, fuck that, Nicky said. Stop. It's just a forest. That's all it is. Don't make it out to be more than that. Chloe gave her a look, studying her face. Nicky wanted to glance away, break eye contact, stop her from doing that spooky genius thing that always seemed to let her see the insides of people. It was something she'd been doing since they were all little kids. A second later, Chloe's gaze softened, and she nodded, having come to some kind of decision. Then how do you want to deal with this, Nicky? She asked. Relief cascaded through Nicky's body like a cool blue wave crashing on the shore. I think the plan needs to stay the same, she said. Same as before. We need to get out of here, especially now that you're hurt. But we'll have to stay here for the night. Give you a chance to rest up and heal a little so we can keep moving tomorrow. Chloe's face fell. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Josh is going to build us a fire, said Nicky. We'll try again tomorrow, find the car, go for help. We have food and we have water. We're going to be okay. As long as you're sure, coughed Chloe. As sure as we're gonna be, Josh said, stepping back from the two girls. Using the broken white branches, he laid together a pyramid of wood in the center of the stone circle, stacking the smaller ones first, then the thicker ones around those, until he ran out. Nicky and Chloe watched him work in silence, sitting back on the ground to wait. Nicky could feel Chloe trying to catch her eye, no doubt wanting to know what had happened between her and Josh in the time she'd been out. But what could Nicky even say about it? What would be the point? She just had to let things cool off for now. Things would be better by tomorrow. Together, they watched as Josh sparked Nicky's lighter to life and held the flame to the little thatch of matchstick twigs he'd arranged under the smallest white branches. The twigs caught fire almost immediately, crackling and popping and blackening with heat as the flames swelled up to lick and lash at the white branches. Any second now, they would catch, and the three of them would have a fire to keep them warm through the night. But the white branches didn't catch, and after a few long seconds, the twigs sputtered and wisped out too. Josh tried again. With one hand, he held the lighter's little orange tongue to another bundle of twigs, bigger than the first, and when it was good and going, he slid it under the woodpile and waited, and waited, and waited. The white branches wouldn't burn. You kidding me with this? Josh plucked one of the white branches from the pile and then held the lighter to it, waving the little bick back and forth, but the dry, ashy wood simply would not catch. It didn't even brown under the heat of the flame. It was like trying to set fire to stone. Still, Josh tried again and again and again, his face knotting up with rage, his movements increasingly frantic until his temper boiled over and he jumped to his feet, kicking at the campfire, sending the branches flying apart in a lopsided spray. Nicky recoiled, as did Chloe beside her. Jesus, Josh, Nicky said. He spun around toward the two of them, his eyes wild and wide. What? His voice was calm, but there was a look in his gaze that Nicky didn't trust. She'd never seen this side of him before. He wasn't the type to get frustrated like this. She jabbed a finger toward the place where the campfire used to be. What would you even do that for? How does that help? Whatever, he growled, his voice full of poorly masked irritation. There's other branches, right? There's a million other branches in this stupid fucking forest. I'll just go and get some of those because the ones you picked out clearly aren't working. Nicky had had enough of this shit. He could be a moody asshole all he wanted, but she didn't have to sit here and take it. Without another word, Nicky stood and walked away, crossing her arms over her chest to hold herself close, hoping she could get far enough away before she started to cry. It's just a forest. It's just a forest. It's just a forest. 10. The boy's bones bowed and bent, then splintered and split inside his arms and his legs. They popped like bottles breaking underwater, the sharpness of the sound muffled by the red meat wrapped so tightly around them. His tongue, dry and cracked, swelled to fill his mouth as his eyes rolled into the back of his head, the purple veins sewn through the sclerae thick as butcher's twine. The boy that used to be Adam screamed without sound and saw without sight as his body contorted into jagged shapes and terrible glyphs, dissecting itself in wave after wave of purest suffering. He lay where he'd fallen, in a patch of pine needles, a thin pink froth leaking from the corners of his drawn, bloodless lips. He clenched his teeth until they cracked and broke. He lashed and scraped at the dirt until his fingers were torn, bloody claws. His back arched and shattered into its 33 component parts, each knuckle of tender bone torn loose from the others, trailing shredded tails of nerves and blood vessels and all the stuff of life. He was dying. This was what dying felt like. Alone, the boy thing started to weep. A great yawning fissure opened up inside him, cold and infinite, and he clutched at that emptiness, at that nothing, pleading for it to eat him all up and take his pain away. He would throw himself into the dark if it meant he didn't have to feel this anymore. He heard the echo before he heard the voice, its sibilant edges creeping up the sides of that frozen inner chasm, slipping out in whispers and tendrils like smoke. The words assembled themselves in strange patterns inside his head, the syllables all out of order, the letters and sounds reversed. But still he heard and understood. Hello, Adam. The boy thing tried to scream again, but found it impossible. His throat locked up against the pain, unable to let any but a small, throttled noise escape. Veins stood out on his forehead. Tendons bulged in his neck like cords. The agony was brilliant, blinding. The voice reached out to him again like a beam of white sunlight, knifing through an eternal darkness. Not long now. The boy thing ground his teeth to powder, feeling new ones grow into the ragged sockets, pearly white and razor sharp. The sound of cracking bones filled the forest around him, but there was a humming there, too, as if he could hear his body knitting itself back together, assembling into something stronger and more terrible than he'd ever imagined. When it was over, the warped boy thing could smell blood in the air rising from the earth with the humidity in great coppery clouds. In the distance, he could see a dying light surrounded by darkness, frail and red. He was already so hungry. His stalk-like legs didn't make a sound as they whisked him into the dark. The sun sank lower and lower still until it dipped behind the trees and vanished entirely, drowning the little town in soft, inky blackness. Parker had originally wanted to explore, look for signs of his dad, maybe even find another carved set of initials, but it was getting too dark for that. Better to call it for the night and have a look around tomorrow morning. He didn't want to admit it, but the thought of wandering around a place like this in the dark sent a deep chill licking its way up his spine. Tomorrow. He'd look around tomorrow. For tonight, he decided to camp down in the little house connected to the gate, a small 2-room structure with a main room and a dusty cobweb-draped bedroom beyond that. There was a nameplate bearing the name Harrow posted outside, hand-carved into a heavy, smooth slat that hung by the door. Setting up in a corner of the main room, Parker used his foot to swipe away some of the leaves that carpeted the floor, carefully unrolling his sleeping bag on the bare, rough wood. He'd had to pry his way inside, using the blunt side of the hatchet and his bare hands to pull the boards away from where they'd been nailed into the frame. The gatehouse wasn't in great shape. The air inside was musty and ancient, its walls heavy with mold underneath a steadily disintegrating roof, but it would do for the night. He stretched out on top of his sleeping bag, feeling every joint in his big body groan with relief, then dug in his backpack for the little flashlight he'd packed away, clicking it on to flood the room with a white glow that cast corkscrew shadows in every direction. "Probably not a great idea to build a fire in here, huh?" Nate asked from the far corner of the room, pacing back and forth, craning his head to look around in the light burning out of Parker's pocket maglite. "Probably not, no." "Sucks." "We have light," Parker said. "And do you even need warmth anymore?" "Dude, I don't know. It's just, campfires are comforting, you know? Something about them just feels safe. Fires mean people, warmth, food. I mean, come on, you remember food, don't you?" Parker's stomach gurgled and growled at the word. Yeah, he remembered food. It had been only yesterday that he'd last eaten, but that was already long enough for him to miss it. He should have brought something for himself, a granola bar or anything. He could have hidden it in the bottom of his pack, secreted away where no one would have even known. He'd learned a thing or two about hiding things in the last year. His mom could probably teach a seminar on that shit by now. His parents had never really been big drinkers, but Lori had been doing a great impression of one the last few months. It had started out in small ways that nobody would have noticed unless they were really looking. An extra glass of wine at dinner, sometimes 2 or 3. Then Park noticed bottles would go missing from the rack in their little kitchen, only to turn up the next day, bone dry in the trash cans in the garage, buried under layers of crumpled newspaper. Like she was fooling anybody. For a while, he thought it was only the wine, but over Christmas break, she'd sent him looking in her purse for her cell. He'd found the phone, but he also found a half-empty pint of Gilby's gin tucked away in there too. That was the first one, but it was far from the last. After that, Parker seemed to find the little plastic flasks everywhere, secreted away in the roll-top desk or her jacket pockets or hidden among the cans in the kitchen pantry. He never said anything about it to her. What could he say? He didn't have the words to describe what he was feeling, and he wasn't even sure she'd listen if he tried. She'd gotten lost in herself, falling deeper and deeper into the darkness that had opened up inside her since his dad had disappeared. The woman he lived with still looked like his mom, still sounded like her, and on her good days even acted like her. But she wasn't his mom. Not really. It was there in her eyes, a slurry, runny egg light that made him sick to look at for too long. It danced on her breath, the plastic juniper stink there to greet him almost every afternoon and evening, and sometimes before he left for school, too. He saw it in the way her hands had started to shake in the mornings before she had her coffee, even though he pretended he didn't. She'd caught him watching her one Saturday a couple of months back as she uncapped and emptied one of those little airplane bottles into her first mug of the day. She didn't try to call it medicine. No bullshit cliches like that. She didn't call it anything, really. She just stood there, bottle in hand, and pretended like she wasn't dosing her coffee, like she wasn't holding anything at all. Parker knew this move. Truth was, he'd sort of expected it. Silence had always been her favorite tool, her sword and her shield. So, no, she didn't say anything about it. Instead, she just locked eyes with her son as they both tried to figure out how much the other one knew. When she tried to laugh the incident off a long, agonizing moment later, the sound came out so fake and forced it made Parker want to scream. But he didn't scream. He nodded and smiled and pretended that everything was okay. Everything was just fine. He hadn't even said goodbye to her before he left the house yesterday morning. He would have liked to, but she was asleep, curled up in a snarl of sweat-stained sheets in a t-shirt and underwear, the door to her bedroom hanging half open like a broken jaw. Briefly, Park had thought about going in to try and rouse her, tell her that he loved her, but at the last second decided against it. The half-naked woman tangled up in those blankets with her head buried under the pillows. That wasn't his mom. She was just some stranger wearing her skin. Somewhere far off, Parker heard a soft whistling, and a moment later, a breeze blew through the shabby old gatehouse, chilling him through his clothes. He rolled onto his side, nestling farther down into the sleeping bag, while across the room, Nate watched him, his eyes darkened by the shadows, unblinking. "What are you thinking about, Parker?" The big kid shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing." "Doesn't look like nothing." "Yeah? No. Sorry. Did you say something?" Nate shook his head, making his jowls wobble. "Nope. You just looked real far away there for a minute." "I guess I was." "Yeah." "Where?" For a second, Parker thought about lying to him. "My house. My mom." "Do you think she misses you?" Parker shrugged. "I kind of doubt she's even noticed that I'm gone. My problems don't really register with her anymore." "Double sucks." "What about you?" Nate shifted in place. "What about me?" "Do you think your parents are worried?" "Doug and Kathy don't really worry about much," he said. "But I don't know. They might have changed their tune in the last 36 hours. Stranger things have happened, right?" "Stranger than your parents worrying about you?" Nate cracked a grin and blasted him with a finger gun. "Exactly." Parker supposed it made sense. He'd met Nate's parents only twice since they'd been friends, perhaps 3 times. They'd always seemed, well, fine. They were fine. Maybe a bit preoccupied, distant. He might even go as far as calling them cold. They always just seemed like they wanted to be anywhere but where they were. "Do you miss them?" Nate scoffed. "I don't know. Not really. There wasn't a whole lot of them to miss, you know. Past few years, the 3 of us mostly communicated through texts." "And you were okay with that?" "It was simpler that way. Easier for everybody to not have to actually talk to each other." Parker felt a cold twinge dagger his heart. "I miss talking to my mom about things," he admitted. An enormous, awkward silence settled between the two of them. Nate squatted down and knelt forward, hands laced together between his knees. "Look, you're tired, man. I get it. Maybe just try and sleep some, huh? You're no good to anyone if you're a zombie. We can start fresh in the morning. We'll go check shit out when it's light out. Maybe go and see what that old church back in the trees is all about." Parker rubbed at his eyes and nose. Despite the sorrow coiling in his chest again, he could feel sleep lurking in the wings, just waiting for its cue to come and swallow him up. He buried himself even deeper into the sleeping bag, reaching down to pull the zipper up and around his broad shoulders, trapping all the warmth he could inside. "Nate?" What? Are you going to be here when I wake up? His friend eyed him from across the room, dropping both arms down to rest on his thick, cross-legged knees. He nodded his head. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Good. Nate didn't say anything else, so Parker clicked off the mag light, drowning the room in darkness so complete it was almost obscene. He plucked his glasses off the bridge of his nose and folded them up, but wouldn't let his eyelids slide shut just yet. He kept them open, gazing into the nothing, listening to the little movements in the air and the woods surrounding the house. He wondered if Nate was still sitting there in the corner of the room, staring at him with those dead, unblinking eyes that did such a good job of pretending to be alive. He wondered if that's what death really was, just a long, unbroken stretch of consciousness, unable to sleep or eat or touch anything to break up the monotony, just trapped awake forever. If that was death, Parker thought it sounded more than a little bit like hell. Parker's consciousness had already started to ebb away in little tidal surges, tiny pieces of him lost to the sea of sleep for the night. The waves were warm and comforting, quiet and dark, and he gave himself over to them. But the thought floated up from the darkest depths of Parker's mind, a coffin unchained from the sea floor, breaking the surface with a hiss and a spray of toxic, moldering air. I didn't tell him about the church. Parker's eyes were open for a long, long time after that. Josh fed the fire while Nikki lay on her side, pretending to doze inside her sleeping bag. Chloe didn't know exactly what the hell had happened to them in the time that she'd been out, but whatever it was, it must have been bad. Neither of them spoke to each other after they got the fire going. Hell, they barely spoke to Chloe either, but at least they bothered pretending. Nikki had passed out food, another shabby dinner of cold Pop-Tarts and crushed potato chips, but it was better than nothing. Not long after, Chloe had slipped back into sleep with relative ease, but there were nightmares waiting for her underneath the surface. She'd been working in the Ganders' home for almost 3 months when the Reverend started coming around. Mary Kane, from all the way up in Ipswich and barely a hair over 20, had grown up poor like her parents and their parents before them. Given that, she counted herself lucky to have found any position at all, but that she'd found one with a family as kind and generous as the Ganders' was doubly fortunate. They were good Christian folk. They took care of her at least as much as she took care of them. She really thought it could last forever. It was a Friday morning, the first time the Reverend came calling. Dressed in black, he was tall and thin like a scarecrow, with hollowed-out cheeks and a thin, sharp jawline like a viper. He stood outside the front door of the modest little estate, with his back rod straight, head and shoulders taller than anyone else Mary had seen around the township of Mount Holly, even taller than Anders, the blacksmith. He greeted her with a slow, deep bow, this strange, skeleton man, and when he rose again, she could see that his smile was gray and oily to match his eyes. He wasn't old, he was just withered. As he stood there, the rough, thick fabric of his cloak whipped and danced in the wind, as if it were trying to break free of him. Reverend Simon Phipps, come to share the word of the Lord with the master and the lady of the house, he said, extending a hand Mary did not take. And who might you be, my dear? Mary Kane, she said, looking anywhere but his awful, viscous eyes. The Ganders' maid. Far across the fields, on the well-trod paths behind him, she could just make out people in the distance walking along, shielding their eyes from the sun as they made their way toward town. In this moment, more than anything else, she wished she were walking with them, or anywhere else in the world, anything that didn't involve standing in this doorway, trapped under his creeping gaze. "Lovely to meet you, Miss Kane," he said, moving his tongue around her name as if it were a spoonful of honey. "Would you mind fetching your master for me? I would speak with him." Without another word, Mary nodded and then turned and fled back deeper into the house to find Mr. Ganders, hoping to keep her distance from the strange, looming Reverend. Later on, as he was about to leave, Mary heard Phipps ask the Ganderses one last question. "Your maid, does she often receive gentlemen callers?" The Reverend's visits soon became a regular occurrence, at least once a week, but sometimes more. He came, preaching his good word and leering hungrily at Mary from around the corners when he thought she wouldn't notice. He would read from the Bible. He would show the children magic tricks, his funny games, he called them. He would even help out with the chores, chopping wood and starting fires in the hearth with that damned black hatchet of his, the one he had made special with the flint along the blade edge. He liked them, and the Ganderses him, though every so often she thought she could catch a look of, what, distrust, unease, flit across her employers' faces when he spoke. But still, he was the town's reverend. He was owed some measure of respect, no matter their personal feelings, wasn't he? It wasn't long before Simon broached the subject of marriage. He was quite taken with their housemaid, he confessed to them one sunny morning. Through his ashy, uneven smile, he told tale of a life she wanted no part of, a house she didn't want to live in, children she had no wish to bear. He spoke of it as if it was a foregone conclusion. Of course Mary and he would be wed. What other option did she have? What other suitors were there? And Mary endured it. She smiled patiently at every sweet, bitter comment. She shied politely away from his long, grasping fingers when he attempted to pray with her. She waited for him to understand his cause was lost, demurring from his every attention. And for a while, demurring was enough. Until it wasn't. When the day came that he cornered her long enough to ask for her hand, Mary did the worst thing imaginable. She told him no. She tried to be kind about it, gentle even, but she was unequivocal. She was firm. She didn't tell him, "Not now," or "I'm not sure." She did not waver. She told him no. No, there was no changing her mind. No, she did not love him. No, she could never, would never love him. She would not marry Reverend Simon Phipps in this life or any other. But still he came calling, week after week, under the thin auspices of ministering to the Ganders family. To the family's credit, they stood behind her decision. They pulled her aside one evening and told her as much, though it seemed as if it pained Mrs. Ganders to do so. They made it clear to her. Mary's life, inasmuch as it could be, was her own to live, no matter how Phipps had pleaded or tried to convince them otherwise. They would not force Mary to change her mind. The last time Reverend Phipps came to preach, she could see that something had broken loose from inside of him, some vicious, slavering thing that had been only barely restrained before. She could see it in the way he watched her with his dead, colorless glare. Before, she had been a curiosity, or worse, an obsession. Now, she was food. There wasn't any reason for it, not that she could see, no root cause to explain it all away. He'd always been this. Maybe the voices in his head had gotten too loud to ignore. Maybe the fires that he so loved starting had finally overtaken his heart. Whatever it was, It was plain to see, scribbled all over him in his expressions, his movements, the things he said, and the way he said them. Simon had snapped for good, and there was no coming back from that. It was pure stupid luck that she was awake when he came for them. She'd been up half the night already, tossing and turning from nightmares she couldn't remember. Surrendering to insomnia, she dressed quietly and headed to the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea. She was at the stove, boiling water, when she heard someone kick in one of the windows. At first, she thought she was hearing things, a holdover from one of her bad dreams bubbling to the surface to rattle her, especially given the absolute silence that followed the sound. How could she have thought anything else? But then, the people upstairs started to die. Mr. Ganders got it first, judging from the sound of Mrs. Ganders's screams, which were silenced as quickly as they began. Next, it was the children, dashed to death in their beds one after another as they wept and wailed for the parents who could no longer save them from the hatchet. Cowering there by the cupboards, Mary would have guessed it was Simon no matter what. But then he began to sing as he paced from room to room, and in doing so, banished all doubt. Hymns. He was singing hymns as he killed them. But she wasn't dead yet. She could still escape. She could disappear into the night and never be heard from again. The family was already lost. Need she be as well? Mary's body turned traitor then, freezing when she commanded it to move, to run, to escape. But she was glued to the floor, locked inside her own flesh, unable even to scream. For a moment, she thought that she might fight back, that she could run upstairs with a carving knife from the wooden block and plunge it into Simon's chest to end this here and now. But she knew that was just a fantasy. She wasn't brave. She'd never been brave. He'd come for her, as he was always going to, and now that the Ganderses were dead, she was going to die, too, just as they had. There was nothing that could change that. It was the sound of his boots on the stairs that shook her from her horrible trance, the dull and distant click of hobnails against wood growing ever louder. It was so much worse than the screams or the sobs or the wet thwacks of metal biting through flesh that Mary had pretended she couldn't hear. It was the sound of her death approaching. That sound charged through her in a wave, her every nerve returning to life in a single rush. Her legs, her entire body returned to her. She didn't dare waste another breath. Mary ran. She barely touched the floor as she sailed toward the back door, flying like a gale loosed through the house. She could feel her heart pumping blood through her limbs. She could hear the night throbbing all around her. In that moment, she felt alive, so damnably alive. She was halfway across the far field by the time she started to smell the smoke. Turning back for just a moment, she could see the first glimmers of flame dancing in the windows of the small estate, little more than lamplight behind the glass. As if the house were still her home, beckoning her back inside with promises of safety and warmth. But it wasn't her home, not anymore. The glow was another trick, another one of Simon's funny games. She had to keep going. She could lose him if she stayed far enough ahead. There was a forest, a great forest far south of town. She thought that she could make it by morning, lose him in the trees, but she had to go now. She wondered if she'd ever stop running again. For a moment longer, she watched the house burn slowly. Then the front door swung wide open. She didn't stay to see him emerge from the shadows, carrying that horrible night-black blade at his side. She knew what wretched fate waited for her on the other side of that. Spinning on her heels, Mary Kane squared her shoulders and sprinted farther into the dark. A cold, oily chill shot through Chloe's body as the dream crumbled around her and she came tumbling back out into the real world. What the fuck was that? Sprawled on the ground, she blinked, trying to see more than she already could. Nights in the forest were so dark, and from where she lay, only a scattering of stars managed to poke through the canopy of trees that hung overhead. Things were sharper out here after sunset, all the edges like blades. The campfire that Josh had built so carefully in between them had died down to arterial red embers shot through mostly dead logs. No wonder she was so cold. Chloe dragged a hand across her forehead. Despite the fire having gone out, she'd broken out in a terrible sweat, drenching her from top to toes, wicking deep into the fabric of her clothes. Another fever broken, she supposed. Her head felt clearer, her body aches had gone, even the air around her tasted sweet and fresh. She wiped her slick palms on her sleeping bag and gingerly moved to sit up, propping herself at an angle on her elbows and forearms, trying to ease past the bright hooks of pain that yanked at her midsection. She couldn't see her friends, but she knew they were there, could hear them breathing through the dark. Nikki's mild, droning snore sounded against Josh's wet, open-mouthed snuffles. She was here. And they were here. She wasn't alone, as if being together was enough to save anyone in this place. The names from her, what would she even call it, a dream, a vision, came back to her in a rush, and she clutched them desperately, trying to keep them from evaporating again.